My parents were dead to begin with. They had died a week earlier, and while I was obviously sad, it was not the crushing blow that it could have been. It's just that I was the only child, and we were distant emotionally, if not physically. They were both professors. My parents were kind, frugal, attentive, fiercely intelligent, and wholly unemotional. As the sole hire, I got everything. They had made a decent living, which means that the sum total of their financial assets was just enough to pay the inheritance tax in their home, and I moved in. I was clearing out a lot of worthless old crap, and they had a lot of worthless old crap, when I started working through a collection of books in the guest room that had been my bedroom 18 years ago. One book caught my eye. While most of them were headed for the library, Goodwill, or the trash, I figured this one could be worth something, if not for anything else than the fact that it looked at least 100 years old. I opened it up to a random page in the middle and skimmed the words. "You're reading this, Peter, and we're clearly dead." I snapped the book shut and looked around the room, quiet as a mouse. What the heck? What are the odds that my name would appear on this random page in my parents' house right after my parents had died? I hadn't marked a page, so I could not find any context. To be honest, I didn't really want to. I opened the book anyway. Random page, dealer's choice. "You need to get it together, Peter. There's a demon in the room." Nope. I closed the book, placed it on my bed, and walked to the door. Of course it was locked, despite having no lock, as I found to my great frustration in my waning hormonal teenage years. I'd inherited my parents' logic and just enough their emotional distress to know what I had to do. I crossed the room and opened the book again. "Peter, there isn't much time. It's trying to cross over, probably under the bed." I looked instinctively downward and saw nothing unusual under there. Wait, there was a thin plum of smoke, barely perceptible. Oh crap. "Read, Peter, read. You have got to stop it from entering." I know that the logical part of you wants an explanation, but that same logical part must be telling you right now that the explanation has to wait. Now is the time to act. God dang it, they knew me so well. I ignored the steadily increasing billow of fumes and read furiously forward. In the cupboard across the room, you will find a pocket watch, a rosary, and a small canister of Morton salt. Retrieve those now. I crossed the old room to my old dresser and opened it up. I shuffled a few random things around. Why did my parents have a bird skull? Until I found an Elgin pocket watch in the salt, but no rosary. I read further. In the sock drawer, Peter, near the back where you used to hide your magazines. Clearly this was my mom writing, and there would be some serious therapy issues to address later. I opened the drawer and reached behind the obvious false back. I retrieved the onyx rosary. The smoke was beginning to choke me now, and flames were beginning to leap up from under the bed. Put a salt ring around the bed, son, and do it now. So my dad has taken over the pen. I really wanted to sit and look ahead in the book. The words were not materializing as I read. They sat in faded ink, bearing the marks to indicate that they had laid there for all time. What else was written? No time for questions. I made the salt ring. I felt like an idiot at first, because I saw nothing happen. Then I noticed that the smoke billowing upwards was confined to an ellipse around my bed. The only plumes that continued to haunt the room were that had been there before the salt ring was made. Time to go back to the book. You need to hold the demon at bay, Peter. Stop the watch and hold it in your left hand. I looked at the pocket watch. It seemed to be 100 years old. It was silver-plated and had a single crown at the top. I pulled it. The ticking stopped. I put it in my left hand. Now hold it there, son. Pick up the rosary in your right. It was clearly my father writing again. He was the only one to call me son, and had such a knack for making me feel awkward, showing no realization or concern about what he was doing. How was I supposed to hold a book, a rosary, and a watch with two hands? I awkwardly held the book in the watch hand, ignoring the growling sound now emanating from beneath my childhood bed. It wobbled as I read. The demon is subdued. Remember that. It is important. Now he will rise. You know that feeling when you open an oven at 400 degrees? When a whoosh of heat lifts you up to embrace you? Imagine that coming from your bed. I ignored the figure now standing before me. I was terrified, but if I let go one of my lifelines, fear would be all I have left. I was too scared to stop reading. I closed my eyes and counted to 5. My dad would always tell me to do that when things got especially rough. When I ran out of numbers, I ran out of options. Read or nope, just read. With your rosary hand, reach past the flames. This will hurt. Grab the demon by the neck. Nope, nope, nope on a rope. I ran for the door. It was still locked. When I was younger, my father read me a poem called The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. I didn't understand a dang word, but my parents didn't have the emotional capacity to convey disappointment, approval, or encouragement, so I have no idea if my dad was let down. Instead, he explained to me that most people are content to be minor players in the game of life, and simply don't want to be great. I said that it made no sense, and asked him why anyone would want that. He simply retorted, in his logical way, by asking me if I was the most popular kid in school, or the most athletic, or had the highest grades. When I said no to all of them, he asked if I was doing anything at all to change that fact. Again, I said no. Well, he responded to me, "If you have no ambition to be the greatest of a few hundred children, how do you ever expect to be the great in the world adults? Isn't it because you're happier staying where you are?" A lot rushed to me at once. My parents were dead. Their stories were written and finalized. Mine would be one day too. Did I really want to leave a life where I was afraid to lose anything? What would that mean when, at the end, I lost everything? I rose to my feet, held the witch aloft, and advanced on the demon. It had the form of a man, the outline subtle yet undeniable through the flames. He looked at me and smiled. I wrapped the rosary around my fist and wrapped my fist around its neck. Crap, it burned. It gave me an inhumanly angry glare, but did not fight back, as though its hands were bound. I grasped the watch lighter. I knelt to the ground and pulled it downward. Surprisingly, I had the strength to slam it to the floor. The demon whimpered. Crap, it hurt. Ignore the pain for now, Peter. You have to open the door. The reading got bleary as tears of pain welled up in my eyes. Feel for it on the ground. I reached deeper under the bed. I was sure that my skin was melting off, but I found a handle and I yanked it upward. Wedge the handle in the space between your box spring and the edge of the bed. The book continued. Some distant part of my mind reasoned that my parents must have known about the demon portal under my bed, raising a lot of questions for another day. I pulled my hand back in pain after I had forced the open door into place, but made myself keep reading. I wanted done with this, so I could writhe in agony, undisturbed. Push the demon down the hole, it simply said. I looked at its yellow eyes and was confused for a moment. Then I realized that it was scared. I didn't know what I was fighting for, really, but I suddenly was aware of just how powerful I had become. I grabbed the monster's neck, shoved him in the hole, and he fell. His scream echoed on the way down. I closed the hatch. The next 5 minutes were spent in the fetal position, cradling my right hand. I did not notice until much later that the smoke had nearly dissipated. When the pain finally ebbed, but did not disappear, I examined my hand. Not a scratch on it. I opened the book again, not even bothering to look for my lost page. The pain in your hand will persist for some time, son, but it will be fine physically. The pain will be coming from another place. I suddenly remember my father limping for the last years of his life, with no explanation as to its sudden onset. My attention went back to the book. That's your cross to bear for the time being. Let it go. For now, there's work to be done. The chapter ended just like that. The next one was a chapter of an unrelated novel that was incredibly boring. When I looked back to the previous chapter, my parents' words were still exactly as they had appeared. The book did not seem to have been altered in any way. Now what? All I know is that everything that seemed so important can't hold my attention for more than 5 seconds. To be honest, if you told me that my previous life, bank account, car, job, friends, everything was suddenly gone forever, I would actually be okay with that. Hell, it would be a relief in some way. There's a bigger fish, a whale, swimming in the ocean of my existence. I have absolutely no idea what it is, but I intend to catch it. It's time to search my parents' house. One single book had seemed to upend everything I knew about time and space. What else did they have hiding in here? Both had been professors, but neither in theology. My father was a professor of English literature, and my mother was a physicist. For Christ's sake, it made no sense, or maybe a lot of sense. I was still a bit too shaken to figure things out. My hands still bummed like Satan's hemorrhoids. I walked absent-mindedly to the top of the stairs, sat on the first step, and started rifling through the book. I didn't know if I wanted to find the text exactly the same, or find that it had been inexplicably vanished. I had no idea which one would make more sense. That's not true. I wanted to find the text. I wanted to discover the strange. Something was calling me. I wanted to answer it. I found it. Randomly allocated throughout the book was the advice that had been given. Reading through it made little sense, as the narrative was not punctuated by real-time demon wrangling and pants crapping. So the narrative had been there the whole frickin' time, penned and published, God knows how many years before my birth. I didn't know what to take from this. I resolved to pick my way through the whole book. It was at least 1,000 pages, but there clearly lay answers within. I snapped it closed and walked downstairs, planning the time that I would set aside to read it. My dead parents were in the kitchen. Mom was splayed out on the table, skin pallid and torso strewn open like a dropped taco. Dad was behind the table, checkered napkin around his neck, hands working furiously with his knife and fork. He was eating my mom's intestines. His face was grinning with ghoulish delight as he pumped back and forth with his knife, cutting through gristle and bone. The lower half of his face was covered in blood. He continued to pump rhythmically as he slowly raised his hand to meet my gaze. Without breaking eye contact, he pulled out a gelatinous piece of cartilage with his fork and passed it to my mother. She took the fork in her mouth and slowly began to auto-cannibalize herself. Then, she too pivoted her gaze at me and grinned. One of her eye sockets was empty. I screamed, or at least tried to, and slammed into the cupboard behind me. I fell to the floor with a crash as the cupboard door burst open and pots and pans rained down on top of me. I shot back to my feet, dazed, and grabbed wildly for the watch, the rosary, anything. I reached into my pocket, but my hands only found the car keys. I waved them in front of me fruitlessly, as though they were a talisman that could protect me from the horror I'd just seen. I focused my eyes on the scene in front of me. Nothing was on the table. I was alone in the room, with the only motion coming from a lone, swirling thin lid to a forgotten pan. Perhaps demon hunting was going to prove more difficult than I thought. I sat on the couch in the living room with a streaming cup of chamomile tea by my side. It's hard to say if this act of mimicking my parents' habits was intentional or not. Perhaps imitating them wasn't as bad as I thought when I was 17. The book lay open on my lap. I didn't bother hunting for a page. I just opened up near the front and began reading. That scene must have shocked you, Peter. You were attacked by a demon upstairs, and it damaged you in ways that weren't physical. You must realize by now that everything you saw was in your head, but that doesn't make it less real. You need to find a way to heal yourself, or the damage might permanently affect your untrained mind. I snapped the book shut. Nothing like Mom's soothing advice to comfort you when you're down. I paced the room. I was at one hell of a crossroads. If I continued to pursue my parents, things would just keep getting deeper. There'd be no going back. I found myself wondering what led my parents to whatever decision they must have faced. I imagined them discussing their fate. I could see my father pointing out that fear of death creates something that never existed before, and that this fear was its own kind of demon. My mother, in her infinite logic, would have responded that death itself was regardless of our actions, and that every human birth is nothing more than a delayed death sentence. They were right, of course, and if chose not to follow now, it would not save my life. I was going to die at some point, and when the time came, the only thing I would have left was the ability to say I did that. I crossed back to the couch and opened the book. Start with the smallest demon son. My father's voice ended the chapter and gave no more insight. What the heck? I racked my brain to think of what that meant. When had my father ever talked about a demon? I was crying. Buster Duncan had punched me hard and taken 3 of my best GI jokes. He had squeezed my neck until I denounced ownership when he let me go. I ran home at a full sprint. In a rare moment of near-human compassion, my father had hugged me as I cried. "He's the worst kid in the world, Dad. He makes me feel so small. He's a demon." I gasped through my sobs. "Well, son, don't be controlled by him. If this is the way that he lives his life, if hurting other kids makes him happy, then he really is the smallest kid in the world." Buster Duncan was the worst piece of crap that I knew growing up. He lived to cause anguish to other kids. Despite my father's reassurances, he was significantly larger than anyone else in our class, on account of being held back a grade or two on 2 separate occasions. I had the great fortune of growing up on the same street as him. I wondered if he still lived in the same dump, at the end of the road. What did idiots do when they grew up? I made it to the house in under 5 minutes. It looked worse than it had when I was a kid. Past the 3 rusted autos and the elegant collection of weeds at the screen door, it reeked of stale cigarettes and sadness. I knocked and heard a grumbling from within. His mother, who looked miserable just to be alive and angry for having to face a visitor, waddled to the threshold. Crumbs tumbled from her moo-moo. "Yeah," she offered in a way of greeting. "Hi, Miss Duncan? I'm an old friend of Buster's from his childhood. Could I see him?" She eyed me suspiciously for several awkward seconds. "He's out back," she finally croaked in a cigarette-stained voice. I followed him awkwardly through the ramshackle home and towards the back porch. She sat back down on the couch. Buster Duncan stood there smiling in the backyard, which was little more than a dirt patch carved from the surrounding woods. He was bigger and fatter than ever, but more than that, I could tell that he was just still as mean. The look was unmistakable from anyone who had been pounded by a jerk as a kid. "Buster," I said, descending the porch steps slowly and deliberately. "I don't know if you remember me." "Peter," I offered. I came to a stop in the dirt, 10 feet in front of him. His smile was as unwavering as it was stupid. "I came here to tell you something. To exorcise a demon, if you will." I clutched a pocket watch in my left hand and the rosary in my right. "You made me afraid to walk down the street when I was younger. I had so many bruises on my arms in elementary school that Child Protective Services actually showed up to question my parents about beating me." I gave a wan smile. I think CPS decided that it was impossible that anyone as boring as them could even make a fist. His glare was unchanging, his hands clenching and unclenching. "But it was more than that," I went on, my voice cracking just a little. "You made me afraid to be. You made me think that there was something so inherently ugly and wrong with being Peter that I deserved it. It might just sound like bullying, but it wrecked my self-esteem, which made me feel like I was weak and therefore deserved it even more. I didn't realize until years later that you were the one who was wrong." My breath hitched, and the beginning of a sob escaped my lips. "And that I could not keep you from being small. I could only choose whether or not to feel smaller. So I want to say something I should have long ago." I advanced until I was 2 feet away from him, and eye level with his chest. "I forgive you, truly. I choose to exorcise this demon." It was then that I realized his eyes were yellow. The demon screamed and swung at me. I was too shocked to pull either item from my pocket and simply stared agape as his fist made eye contact with my chin and bounced harmlessly off. It shrieked and started clawing at me with essentially no effect. My sleeves were slightly ruffled. I could only gawk in confusion as it became more and more agitated, swinging harder and harder in a fruitless endeavor. It let out a final scream, erupted into flames, and turned to sprint into the woods. The only thing that came to my confused mind was shock at just how small it was as it receded into the darkness. I turned back to face the house, imagining that his mother would emerge to investigate the noise. She didn't. I finally turned back around and saw something in the dirt that I had not noticed before. It was a granite marker. I approached it. Buster Duncan, bore 11079, died 1913. Nothing more was written. I stared in silence for some time. Finally, I opened the book. The page was the last paragraph of a chapter. "There are many ways to go out into this world and face the demons that haunt it, son. They're the ones that may destroy your body. This is how your mother and I met our physical end. never, ever forget that any battle worth fighting is one that you may very well lose, but it is impossible, completely impossible, to kill any one of them while a demon still lives inside. No weapon will work, which is why I should tell you now that the demon you sent back into the hole was not harmed, just banished, and he is likely quite angry with you. Be forewarned and know that we're proud. Of all the things in the whole frickin' book, it was the last sentence that caused the greatest impact. As I turned the page with my right hand, I realized that it didn't hurt anymore. I smiled. The next chapter was entitled Into the Woods. I frowned. It was almost dark. I remember thinking, as a child, the heroes going on great adventures must feel no fear, that the only reason they struck out in the first place was because they knew they were empowered in a way that made them ready to face any challenge, and that the reason people listening to their stories trembled in fear is because they were listening and not doing. The greatest of hunters, I decided, simply were not afraid. I realized, as I climbed cautiously into the Twilt woods with nothing but a book, a watch, and some beads, that I have been full of crap. I was terrified. I'd brought nothing to prepare for me for a hike through the woods. What little waning light remained was on borrowed time. I felt pretty foolish, but if I hadn't followed the book to the ladder, I'd be dead by now. I'd rather face the unknown journey than give up trusting the book. Forward march. I crossed the dirt path that ran behind every house in the block and marked the border of the forest. I was able to pick through the trees fairly easily at first, but as I got deeper in, the branches got thicker and the sky got darker. Soon, I was fighting against the near pitch black. I saw a clearing up ahead. The waning moon was shining just well enough through the darkness that I could see the trees surrounding it. I made for the clearing and got in there a couple of minutes. Just before I emerged into the light, a face appeared next to the tree at my eye level. I yelled, but this time made sure that I did not reach for the car keys, which had proven worse than worthless against the demons in my head. I pulled forth the rosary and pocket watch, thrusting them both bravely in front of the face. It was a printed picture nailed to a tree. Missing, it announced to the world. There was a picture of a smiling bald man, a last seen on date from about 3 weeks earlier, and the name Gordon with the last name no longer visible due to weathering. I laughed in relief. Well, Gordon, I'm sorry, I said out loud. If you've been gone 3 weeks, and they may think that you might be in the woods, then you're probably dead. I walked into the clearing, feeling guilty about my emotional snap to comedy, but it had been a really long, crappy day. The moonlight was just enough for me to open the book again and start reading. Walk forth, son, to release what's trapped. This part ended a chapter. I felt more than a little annoyed. I'd already gone through a rather arduous process to release an internal demon. Did Dad not realize that fact? I sighed and continued through the clearing and into the trees. At first I felt a slight sense of metaphysical purpose as I went forward. I was crashing through darkness, trying to find the light. The 6th time I fell down, I started to get pissed off. The last several messages had been pretty explicit. What if I had misinterpreted this one? It was just a chapter titled that read, Into the Woods. Maybe I had completely botched the meaning. I turned around. Oh crap. There was darkness in every direction. I couldn't go back, or forward for that matter, since I had no idea which way was which. Of course, I left my cell phone back in my house. I punched a branch, ow, then picked a direction and started walking. In retrospect, I thought as I tripped over invisible roots and ran into painful tree trunks, it seemed a poor choice to forgo my cell phone due to the belief that salt in a pocket watch would suffice for being prepared. Actually, I forgot the salt. Maybe I was giving myself too much credit. I really wanted to check the book at this point, but it was beyond impossible with the trees coming over the moon. I'd have to wander. I lost all sense of patience or purpose by the time I found another clearing up ahead. I was so relieved that I almost sprinted, but clocked my head pretty hard on a low-hanging branch and actually hit the ground. The ego rush that I acquired from successful demon hunting finally dissipated in that moment. I got up and wandered blearily towards the clearing, more irritated at my mom and dad than I had been my senior year of high school. I got into the opening. It did not seem any of significance at first. so I sat down to take a rest, and I heard breathing. It was a raspy sound that lacked a clear location. It was definitely not human. I stood up and wheeled it around, looking for something big and mean. I found something frail and small. The breathing was coming from a fox pup, lying on its side with its leg in a trap. It looked to be in the throes of death. I checked the clearing to make sure that we were alone. It seemed to be so at the moment. The trap was the variety that had a snap-shut claw. It was clamped around the fox's legs, with a sizable amount of dry blood surrounding it. Clearly, it had been there for a while. I approached it to heroically rescue the fox, and failed. It turns out that those traps are frickin' hard to open, which I guess is the point. I finally found that I could push the heel of my shoes against one end and pull the other just enough to pry open the jaws. I pulled the trap forward and let the fox's paw slide out. It didn't move upon being free. The fox was clearly exhausted and near death. I tossed the trap aside and reached out to pet it. That horrible thing bit my hand. I yowled and pulled back, cussing at the creature. It did not stand up or move in any way. I wasn't bleeding. I figured that the bite had prepared me, so I went in for another, more careful look. The fox was dead. The final trauma of being forced out of the trap, followed by a last-ditch effort of self-defense, clearly was too much for the damaged creature. I sat down on a rock and took in the silence for a minute. I used to go on walks in the woods, back here with my dad. We would go forth into the woods, bonding over the silence between us. I know it sounds odd, but it brought us together. The walks waned in frequency as I grew into my teens, and eventually stopped altogether. I realized in sadness that I could not remember which time had been the last. I wondered what I would have thought if I'd known it at the time. I missed my mom and dad. I picked up my parents' book and started reading in the moonlight. The death of the fox should illuminate the fact that a physical release and a spiritual release are often inseparable from one another. Never face a demon without this fact in mind. Peter. I looked at the fox, who still had an open mouth and open eyes. I wondered if animals cared about not being buried, and wondered why we did. I turned back to the book. Moreover, know this. You cannot hope to defeat the demonic nature in the greatest of beings if you aren't able to see the angelic creature in the least of them. Despite the bite, the fox was waiting for you. Remember that. I stood up, grabbed a handful of dirt, and sprinkled it on the animal. It was a symbolic gesture, but that was all Polynices needed, so I left it at that. The book went on. Now go home, Peter. The teenage angst returned. I'd like to, Mom, but this wilderness Joss does not seem very well planned, now does it? My voice echoed bizarrely, so I looked through the trees. I was at the border of the woods. Just beyond the trees to the left ran the dirt path that traversed beyond the backyards of both my house and Buster's house. I'd wandered a circulous route and ended up right back where I started. Isn't it irritating when our parents are right? I headed through the trees and emerged onto the path, which was bathed in moonlight. I read as I walked, "No person can achieve great things alone, son. Trust the man in black." I appreciated my father's words and all, but that was a little creepy. As I walked towards the house, I began to hear rustling. It wasn't natural. Neither was the sulfur smell. I looked to the left, into the woods that I had just exited, and there it was. The demon was clearly grinning as it charged forth from the trees. This one did not look like the man at all. It sprinted on cloven feet, and its glowing yellow eyes left trails in the air as it ran. At least 10 feet tall with curly goat's horns, it was by far the most terrifying thing of the three that I had seen. I didn't have time to grab the rosary or drop the book. My left hand had barely clutched the pocket watch when its cannon of an arm made contact with my temple. I tried to open my eyes, but which way was up? I couldn't wake up fully on account of dizziness, but I couldn't sleep because of the noise or heat. Why the yelling? No need for that. I finally was able to prop myself up on 2 elbows and look around. There were flames in every direction. A ring of salt encircled me, and the inferno was unable to penetrate it. Past the salt, there was only fire, and the demon, he sounded pissed. I was not alone in the circle. A man I did not know stood between me and the demon. Crouching slightly, he was ready to fight. I noticed vaguely that he had an ox rosary in his left hand. He was facing the demon and shouting. The roar of the fire and the demon combined was deafening. He held his tree trunk arms forward as though he wanted to crush us, but something seemed to be making him hesitate. Strange Man turned his head to face me. He was wearing black. If at all possible, sir, I really need all the help I can get at the moment if we both intend to live. I wanted to say, of course, I've taken down 2 demons today, and we'll be frickin' thrilled to bag a 3rd. Step aside, pal. What I said was, "Ner." That's when I passed out. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I woke up, the demon was gone. I tried to get my feet with a jerk, but was still too woozy to be spry. Relax, friend, and get your bearings. I have a feeling that we're in for a long night. I swung my head around wildly to search for the speaker, emitting a soft cry when I realized that he was sitting next to me. Nearly invisible in his black clothing, he sat quietly with his arms wrapped around his knees. He was positioned so that he could watch over me, but he was looking at the stars. What? Where's the frickin' demon? I managed to mumble. He's gone, the man in black replied simply. I crawled to my hands and knees and checked my body for damage. The air smelled like sulfur and smoke, and there was still a white powder residue wrung from around the 2 of us. There was no further sign of a fire, let alone the configuration that nearly consumed us. My pat-down revealed a wound on my temple that was no longer actively bleeding. Nothing else seemed to be damaged. In a wave of panic, I checked my pockets. The watch was there, intact. So was the rosary. Where had I put the book? I tried to pull the memory from my throbbing head. It came fuzzily out. I'd been holding it when the demon hit me. I had had time to put it away. I used my hands to search the grass, which was completely occluded in the night, for any signs of it. It's gone, the men in black said with a hint of sadness. What? How do you know it's gone? How do you know what I'm looking for? What did you do with it? I was gradually starting to get my bearings, and I realized that I had a lot of questions. It made me choose, the man said simply. I waited for a further explanation, because that was obviously a stupid response. When it became apparent that he would not go any further, I tried to get articulate. What? What? Like I said, my attempts to regain my bearings were gradual. The man finally turned to look at me. He had short brown hair that was parted neatly to one side, and fairly light skin that contrasted with his black shirt and pants. Your book was obviously special. When the bull demon knocked you to the ground, it flew past the reach of the fire. I was worried that it would kill us both, but then the demon noticed it lying on the ground. When I followed its gaze, it smiled and allowed a gap in the fire for me to pass through. He sighed wearily. I knew what it was doing, and wanted me to pick either you or the book, knowing that it would forsake whichever one I left. I chose to stay with you. It sealed the fire ring, stole the book from the ground, and walked away. The fire died down shortly after, and I've been here ever since. He ran his fingers through his hair. To be honest, I think that he wanted to witness a person losing something important more than he wanted to hurt either of us physically. You see, he finished, and knows that physical damage ends with death, and did not want us to let off that easily. He stood up and returned gazing at the stars. The man in black said all of it like it was the most important thing in the world, but also the most normal. Who the heck are you? He smiled visibly in the moonlight. Sebastian. He offered us a way of explanation and extended his hand. Peter. I responded hesitantly and shook it. So, you put the ring down of salt? It seemed like the right thing to do when the demon started that fire. I grabbed my hair in confusion. Right, but I forgot my salt, see? I don't know why I was trying to contradict him, but my mind was refusing to accept all of the facts. I brought my own, he replied simply. Though I did not doubt the honesty of his response, it only added to my confusion. You're confused by why I'm here, Sebastian responded, though it was not a question. More than a little was all I could offer. May I politely ask you the same question? He asked kindly. The thing is that I had felt so justified in questioning his motives, but suddenly, my response of, I've been hunting demons all day, and just got back from my forest jaunt with my dead parents made me seem like the crazy person. I live here. Seemed like a good enough explanation. I see, he said in a calm yet urgent voice, and it appears that our questions will have to wait for another time. Why is that? I asked him suspiciously. Well, you say that you live here. Is that by any chance your house? He pointed over my left shoulder. I spun around to view a funny thing. My entire home was engulfed in flames. We were about to sprint there in under a minute. My phone, of course, was inside the inferno. Do you have a phone? I screamed at Sebastian. Why? He yelled back over the flames as he ran up alongside me. I stared at him incredulously. To call the frickin' fire department, Professor? Do you have a phone? He shook his head calmly. It's demon fire, he explained, then stood still and caught his breath. This did not satisfy me. I don't really give a crap what kind of fire destroys my home. I want it put out. Have you ever been burned by it? I suddenly remembered my hand. The one that showed no physical damage after being burned, yet still hurt like hell. Actually, Sebastian could see the realization dawning in my eyes. There were no scorch marks on the ground either, he offered. I looked up to the still burning house, then back at him. But it won't disturb the neighbors? He didn't flinch. No police or fire came when the bull demon surrounded us in flame. This was true. I don't think anyone can see it unless they want that person to see it, he offered. I turned back around to look at the flaming home, which had all the apparent subtlety of a sledgehammer to the groin. So no one else can see this? Well, he countered, still talking loudly over the din. Where are your neighbors? I looked around. No one was out. Either I lived next to the world's most charitable people, which I definitely would have said better about Buster while growing up, or he was bizarrely accurate. I looked back at Sebastian, brow furrowed. Who the heck are you? I asked for the second time that night. I'm a priest by trade, but I've recently been a full duzin of the road, he explained, touching his nose delicately. In the firelight, I could see that it was slightly bruised and swollen. Believe me, I have a lot of questions for the man I encountered unconscious at the feet of a supernatural monster, and based on what's happening to your house, you probably have more to answer than I do, but the stories will simply have to wait, he finished. And why is that? I shot back, not liking the fact that he was almost certainly right. Because Peter, if we're the only ones who can see the fire, it means that they're sending us a message. A wall of ice cascaded down my back. And what message is that? I asked, secretly not wanting him to have an answer. Father Sebastian looked past me, across a series of shimmering windows, and into the flaming attic. They want us to come in. Sebastian had enough salt for both of us. It only stops the fire, I think, he offered. It won't do much against the monsters themselves. He poured some from one drawstring pouch into another, and handed one to me. We can get more salt inside, if they haven't taken it. We can collect a lot of things from inside, if we're smart. My parents, they might have some surprises hidden throughout the house, I offered. He nodded, very matter-of-factly. Do you have any sunglasses or sage on you? I looked at him incredulously. No, I rarely bring sunglasses on impromptu nighttime hikes, I responded. He gave a wan smile. Be glad if that question is the strangest thing to happen to you today. He pulled his own rosary from his pocket. I noticed that it seemed to be an exact replica of mine, but I realized that too would have been another story for another day. The demons learn the most about us from our eyes, he explained over the noise. They're more like people than anyone would care to admit. Sunglasses help with this. And the sage? It won't help them, if that's what you're asking. It's a strong irritant, sort of like tear gas for monsters. Well, I'm fresh out of sage at the moment as well, unfortunately. I looked to his hand. In the rosary, I've seen it in action. He paused before speaking. That's a deep question. I'd love to have an extended theological discussion at a later date. Let me put this way. Would a stack of $10 million be a powerful thing? Money is power, I noted, glancing nervously at my inflamed front door. Of course it can be. But imagine if you had $10 million, and there was only one other person on Earth. Imagine that person didn't care about the money. All the power would be gone, because it's only real when it creates interaction between two people. But the power was only what those two people create and give themselves in the first place. So the rosary can be extremely powerful or worthless, depending on what you choose to make it. Do you understand? Not really, I responded hesitantly. Good, you're on your way to getting it then, he finished. Clearer answers than this one were warranted. I really wished I had my parents' book right now. What about this? I asked, pulling out the pocket watch. He eyed it curiously. I've never seen anything quite like that before, at least not for spiritual things. I was interrupted by a roar of flames erupting from an upstairs window. Peter, I think something's trying to get out. We don't have much time. I felt the sweat drip down my neck. Why does it want us to come in if we're planning to stop it? He ran his fingers through his hair again. They'll be more powerful if they can hurt something first, and I believe it thinks that we'll serve that purpose. He sighed. But we don't have a choice. Whatever is in there will escape soon, and it will do so with or without taking in a couple more extra victims beforehand. But we can stop it, right? Well, they don't have any faith in us. We stood there in silence for a moment. A fistful of salt spread wide across my front entry hall, flying from my outstretched palm in all directions. It was enough to cut a clear path through the fire. My black-clad friend and I walked shoulder to shoulder through the entry hall, flames licking upward, unable to reach us. Welcome to hell, I offered. Sebastian and I came to the end of the hall, which opened up to a living room. While demonic flames leapt across the hall, the floor was free of fire and uncannily dark. It took me several seconds to notice the girl. She was about 6 years old and sat bound to a chair across the room. Her wide blue eyes betrayed pure terror. Blonde pigtails shook in fear. She was unable to speak due to an excessively tight gag in her mouth, and she was tied hand, waist, and foot to the chair with several layers of rope. Her little legs were too short to even reach the floor. Son of a crap, I screamed and ran forward to help her. Part of me knew that she was probably bait and that perhaps I should have just left her there. But how could I justify combating demons if I became one myself? I'd rather gain by losing than lose by gaining. I suddenly realized that I almost certainly did not know the truth about my parents' death, and I charged across the room for her anyway. I was suddenly knocked to the ground, just feet from the girl. I could hear her high-pitched moans. I rolled around to face my assailant. Sebastian had me pinned. He was screaming, get back into the hall. But I couldn't leave the girl. Even as he pulled me to my feet, I resisted and tried to reach her. Sebastian changed tactics. He spun around and placed himself between me and her, still grasping my neck with his right hand. The fire roared. Sebastian lifted up his left hand and shoved it against the girl's chest. It was the hand with the rosary. An ungodly scream shook the walls of the house. The girl flew, chair and all, towards the back wall. She slammed against it and pitched forward, but she didn't hit the ground. 10-foot-long appendages ripped from her torso, shearing the chair into a million pieces. The appendages, 6 of them, slammed to the ground and raised what was left of the girl into the air. They appeared to be metallic legs, flailing around like they belonged to a robotic insect the size of a truck. But its head stayed the same, pigtails and all, except the whole thing was now blue, save for its yellow eyes. And God, did it scream. The blue demon slammed its leg into the ground, sharp metallic points causing the wooden floor to splinter. I stared up at its innocent baby girl face in complete horror and disgust. Then its legs lowered the face down to hover above mine. It hung a tongue from its childlike head that looked like a human tongue, but for the fact that it was 2 feet long and blue. All this happened in less than 6 seconds, and I did not react quickly enough. It lapped its long, unholy tongue across my face, deeply impressing it into my cheek. It was icily cold and extremely wet, and felt exactly like the world's mostly sick and rotten peach. The tongue was evil. As soon as it had licked me, I couldn't stop myself. I fell to the ground and started crying uncontrollably, huge sobs racking my body. I didn't care about the fire. I didn't care about Sebastian fruitlessly shaking my body. I didn't care about the demon above me, or even about dying, because that tongue, that horrible tongue, it did something to me. It touched me deeply, and I cried and cried and cried and cried and I cried. I cried. I kept crying. It all came crumbling down. The loss of my parents, the secrets they had been hiding from me, the dark road that had taken me down, the fact that when I died, my friends and extended family would miss me, but would get over it soon. And I was facing the trial of my life with a stranger. I was not ready for this. I rolled over and barely opened my eyes. Through the smoke and the tears, I could vaguely see Sebastian fighting with the blue demon. It wasn't going well. Its 6 metallic appendages danced like a sewing needle around him. It avoided his rosary, but the sheer size and speed of the dang thing made the eventual outcome pretty frickin' obvious. Why was Sebastian fighting so hard? It came to me quickly. He was distracting it from me. I suddenly felt a weight lift. Most of the demon's lick was still inside me. I could feel it, but I could feel some of it leaving too. The blue demon lifted one metal appendage to draw Sebastian's gaze, then quickly whipped the second one around his left side. It broadsided and did not cut him, but it was quite successful in knocking him to the floor. I decided that whatever metaphorical weight had lifted from me wasn't moving fast enough on its own. I got to my feet, tears and snot flying freely from my face. The demon whipped a triumphant leg high up into the air, then dropped it like a missile, pointed edge headed for Sebastian's chest. He didn't even have time to squirm. I didn't look too deeply into the cause of my parents' death. Carbon monoxide poisoning was the official cause, I think, and after having the house inspected for all clear, I stopped thinking about it. There was nothing to gain from knowing. We all walk around with a sense of immortality. We all know that we're going to die, in the same way that we know the sun is 3,000 miles away and will consume our planet in another 5 million years. We accept it, but not really. When I lost my parents, it was the first time that I truly understand that I was going to die one day. Have you accepted that? Really? I bet you haven't. I thought that I did, and I was wrong. Sebastian didn't have time to move, nor, it seemed, did the demon. Time was working against it, or rather, time was not working for it at all. The leg remained frozen in place. Its whole body stayed rigid, except for its yellow eyes. They swiveled around the grotesque, blue little girl's face, peering over the hideous tongue that had been stopped in mid-furl. Sebastian gasped for air, eyes wide between the demon and me, then shimmied out from underneath the pincher. There was less than 2 inches of wiggle room. He tore his back shirt on the way out. I stood, chest heaving, in the middle of my flaming living room. The Elgin watch was in my left hand, crown pulled, demon paused. Sebastian was slack-jawed as he climbed to his feet. Who are you? I'm a demon hunter, like my parents before me. Now step aside. The monster was powerless to move as I positioned myself underneath it. One leg was still raised above the ground, waiting to strike. I stood in the middle of the pentagram formed by the points of its remaining 5 legs. I pulled out the rosary and stared up at the beast. My head swam with anger and sadness. I leapt straight into the air and swung my bedded fist into its throat. It sailed, legs and all, up to the ceiling, then landed with a crash on its back. I couldn't even hear my own screaming over the roar of the flames. I pounced and got to work. I ripped its legs, one by one, from its quivering body. I beat, punched, cried, screamed, hit, and tore at the monster. Things got blurry. When all the legs were off, I picked them up and tried to break them. I cut my hands on the metal, dropped it, cut my feet when it landed on the floor. I yelled, pick up the metal again, cut my hands again, and dropped it again. I cried. Something was wrong with my arms. They were discolored. The realization slowly crept on me that the demon's blood was like acid, and every part of me that I had touched was burning painfully. I got so angry when I realized this, so incredibly enraged. I decided that I was going to rip its eyes out, acidic demon blood, and that would make it suffer even if it reduced my hands to nothing but a fleshless collection of forgotten bone. Arms wrapped me from behind and pulled me back. Peter, you need to stop. It's killing you. I almost laughed at this. I'm killing it. How do you not see that? I struggled to break free. Peter, stop. That is how it's killing you. Look at yourself. I peered down at my arms and legs. They were torn and bloody. My arteries must have been within inches of the cuts and burns. He swiveled me around, tightly grasping our shoulders. "Look at me, Peter, look at me. The things that hurt us, the things that make us sad, we can stop them from continuing to cause us pain, but those things will never go away. They don't disappear when we heal from them. They continue to exist. We can't stop that. I haven't spent a lifetime trying to fight that truth." I turned my head to look at the broken and battered monster. It was stripped of all limbs, and the battered blue face now no longer looked human. But I swear, I could see it smile. It looked right at me and smiled. "Peter," Sebastian sighed, "please, let this one go." I collapsed into his shoulder and started crying again. There simply wasn't time or space to recover. We walked into the adjacent dining room, which still had a variety of silverware spread out on the table, but thankfully featured no demons. Sebastian offered to go on alone, which really meant that he was offering to sacrifice his life. I declined. "Look, Peter, you need to heal. You said that your parents might have some surprises hidden throughout the house. This is important. Do you have any idea where they might be?" I shook my head glumly. I was in a depressive fog, but I honestly had no idea. I regretted having mentioned it at all. "Think, Peter, is there any chance that they could have been hiding something from you? A hidden room, maybe?" I snorted in derision. "Hiding something? Yeah, clearly, they were hiding something pretty frickin' big. If they had anything that could help us, they hid that too." Every memory was beginning to hurt. I missed them, but was too pissed to want them around, and it now seemed entirely possible that they could have hidden something as significant as a room. "Oh crap," I breathed. I looked at the walls. I looked up at the ceiling. I looked back down at Sebastian. The spare bedroom upstairs. It faces the front yard and the backyard. Sebastian stared at me blankly. "The house isn't built that way. It shouldn't look out into both yards." He gave me a look of dawning realization. "Have you seen out both windows?" I wheeled around to face the stairway. "Only out the back. Now that I think about it, my parents..." I paused and swallowed hard. "Never drew back the curtains on the front-facing wall." "And you never asked them about it?" Sebastian replied, as we started walking down the stairs. It seems that I was a rather oblivious child. I grabbed a carving knife from the pile of silverware on the table, in case I had to jimmy the window open. Who knows? My parents had locked me out metaphorically, and maybe they would have ensured that was true in the physical world as well. I was discovering that, while painful, my wounds from the blue demon didn't stop me from moving forward. I wondered if that was intentional. We made it up the flaming staircase and into the first bedroom on the right with no incident. I burst through the door and advanced on the window curtains across the tiny room. They hung darkly still. I grabbed either side of my fists. It occurred to me that I didn't know what I wanted to find. Answers were the same as proof. Finding the truth meant finding the lies. I threw up the curtains, grabbed the sill, and peered through. The window did not lead outdoors. It was the only room that was not on fire. I fumbled around for a light switch that worked and illuminated the space. It appeared to be some sort of a workshop and had been ransacked. I ran around with a feeling of vertigo. No, 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 no. Who was here? I picked up scraps of things that had been left behind. Empty bags with torn labels reading salt and sage, ripped pages of ancient books, inexplicable pieces of equipment that would have made sense to my physicist's mother. All the lies, and none of the benefit. All of the loss, none of the gain. Exactly the kind of blow that I did not need right now. I saw something on the opposite wall and nearly ran into it. 2 unused brackets were mounted to the wall. A small plaque, the likes of which were used to label art at a museum, hung underneath. Vernus Edge, Blessed Sword. Oh crap, I looked over at Sebastian. There was a sword that we could have used right in here. I punched the wall, lifted a forgotten piece of machinery, and flew it across the room. God dang it all. I bent down, ready to start crying again. Then I had an idea. "Sebastian!" I shot upward. "Oh, Sebastian, my friend, look what we have here." I raised the carving knife that I had brought from downstairs to him. He eyed me suspiciously, but did not flinch. You're a priest." I almost smiled. He did not react. You can bless this knife. We'll make our own demon sword. We'll be unstoppable." Peter, no, it will be perfect. Haha, ball's in my court now." "Peter, I can't do that." I could feel my face growing darker. And why not, friend? He sighed. Because it's a weapon. Yes, I said, stepping towards him. That's the point. I tapped my finger lightly on the knife's tip. Look, Peter, your cuts and burns weren't extremely deep. Let's find something to patch you up, then let's move along. I slammed a knife onto a nearby workbench. That's not what's important right now, Sebastian. You bless that sword. We'll finish this for good. I slammed my hand on the table. Do it. He stared back with no movement whatsoever. It was like he didn't hear me at all. Peter, a blessing means something. It's the sharing of a spirit in good faith of the giver. I'm sorry, I won't bless something that's designed to hurt people. This is about more than life and death, both of which are inevitable. It's about faith of spirit, which is not. The room was free of flames, it's true, but I was beginning to see the first licks of red appearing in my periphery, curling their edges like they were smiling at me. Then get out. Go. I could feel the fire starting to burn hotter. I will not leave you here, Peter. That's solemn vow. You already have left me. Now get out of my house. I could feel the flames catching. I could feel their strength. Sebastian did not move. You will leave, or I will make you. My arms were strong, like tree trunks. I could feel it. They could cause pain. I could feel that too. Peter, it's the demon-like. It's getting to you. You have to fight it. Have you stopped to consider that this is actually what I'm choosing? That I'm telling you to leave and let me finish my business on my own? That I'm telling you to get out? I charged forward, determined to make this happen, to get my way, to stop being overlooked. I knocked the wind out of Sebastian when I hit him, and I lifted him off the ground. I ran for the window that faced the spare room and dove through it with my arm still wrapped around him. The landing then knocked the wind out of me, and we both lay there gasping. Peter, he choked out. Listen. He was interrupted by a coughing fit. The only way to get past it, gasping. You have to let it go. Coughing again. Don't fight it. He struggled to stand. The only way to get past it, remember, he couldn't get up past his hands and knees. I helped him there. I'd recovered faster than he did, so I picked him up and carried him out of the room and to the top of the stairs. They were engulfed in flames. I was going to exorcise this demon. Peter, please, he yelled, beginning to get some of his speech back. Please, to get past it, you have to let it go. Gladly, I said, tears flowing freely. I pushed him forward, sending him tumbling down the fiery stairs. I had internally justified the belief that Sebastian deserved to be pushed down the stairs. Part of me knew right away that I had done the wrong thing, of course, and yet another part relished that knowledge. I vaguely thought about how I'd always considered the concept of the Trinity to be ridiculous, and part of me still believed that, but I knew that none of my compelling thoughts would exist without the others. Tears welled in my eyes as I grinned. My mind buzzed. I was excited and horrified about the next step. I wheeled around to face the upstairs hall of my childhood home. It looked different than the flames, but something was calling to me, something that I was missing. I gasped in realization of what I had to do next. I pushed Sebastian out of my mind. You pushed, fetched the carving knife from the room and placed it in my belt, then headed over down the hall. As I walked, I could have sworn that tiny flames leaped up from my footsteps. I rounded the corner and found that I wasn't alone. A sob hitched in my throat, and I smiled. You came back. The bull demon stood tall enough so that his horns scraped the ceiling. Its tree trunk's arms nearly dragged against the ground, with the flames of the floor licking the tips of his fingers. The elongated snout placed his face squarely in the middle of human and bovine, while the entirety of its eyes glowed yellow. I felt rage, bile, and fear rise in my throat. It smiled. Dang, it was an ugly sight, scrunching the skin snout in all the wrong places. Its pointed one long finger, sharp-tipped nail and all, at the ceiling. Dangling from a string was my parents' book. I knew that the tantalizing offer meant it expected me to die while staring at the book longingly. I wondered how the demon planned to do it. It charged. So did I. I was arrogant. I used that. I knew the arrogance would weaken me. I feared that. The bull demon raised its arms and brought it crashing towards my skull. In a single, fluid motion, I pulled out the watch from my left pocket and the rosary from my right. I swung the beads upwards while maintaining a firm grasp and yanked the watch's crown with my right fingertips. Its arms froze in place, and I caught the beads around its massive hand on the downswing. Dang, I was good. The momentum from my charge continued to carry me forward. I moved past the demon, and the resulting tension on the rosary pulled it easily from its coven feet. I crouched, swung the monster over my head, though it must have been a weight of 1,000 pounds, and brought it crashing to the floor. It whimpered. I realized that unlike the rest, the demon's strength did not come from confirming emotion through touch. It must have relied on physicality for intimidation, rather than using a supernatural connection to use its victims' minds. Intimidation used a person's own brain against them. Making a person set their own mental trap was probably the greatest magic anyone ever pulled. Now it lay still at my feet. I felt strong. Then I wrapped the rosary around its neck, lifted it off the ground, and squeezed. Sebastian had told me that the rosary was only as powerful as we allowed the interaction to be. Now I thought he was full of crap. I felt the power throwing through my arms as I squeezed. Then the demon started to deflate. I felt it get smaller with every clench of teeth, every twist of muscle. Held back by the watch, it could only whimper. In the end, it was the size of a baby with tiny little nubs for horns. I pulled out the pocket watch again, clicked the crown back into place, and watched its legs kick. I smiled. Demon, meat hunter. It was such a rush to watch him struggle. I could feel the strength that had drained from him. Ripping muscle and iron bone reinforced throughout my body. Perhaps I didn't need the rosary after all. I whipped the carving knife from my belt. I wanted it to watch. His eyes went wide. It knew. I smiled widely. Then I looked up. The book was dangling just above my head. A quote leapt into my mind. You can hope to defeat the angelic nature in the greatest of beings if you are unable to see the demonic nature in the least of them. Wait, no. That was all wrong. Did I screw up the quote? I looked at the baby demon, confused, and I started to shake. I knew in that moment that killing the demon would be my end. I don't know how I knew it, or what would happen, but I knew that I had to put down that knife. I dropped it to the floor. I was still pissed, though, so I threw the tiny bull demon against the wall like I was Tom Brady. The little bastard hit the wall with a thunk and rolled to the ground. It rose its feet, made a squeaking sound like a literally god-dang Pikachu, and ran past me and around the corner, legs and arms too short to bend my joints. I shook my head. The prize continued to dangle above me. I leapt into the air once, twice, thrice, and finally snatched it from the rope. I opened the book eagerly in the firelight, wondering what my proud parents would think. Remember that we are often weakest in our greatest moments of strength. I snapped the book shut in anger. Did my parents not realize how just hard I had been working for this win? I decided to keep the book closed. If their insight was going to make a ridiculously difficult situation worse, then there was no need to pay attention. I wondered if listening to their own advice was what had caused them to die. And I felt a flutter of pride at not being so stupid myself. I turned towards the corner with supreme confidence. The bull demon's strength still flowed through me. I could feel it. It was a wonderful sensation of having faith that everyone else was weak. I loved it. Part of me loved it. A tiny voice said I was wrong. I judged that voice for being weak. I picked up the knife. I knew, just knew, that I was stronger than anything I would face next, that the falling foe should fear my face, and that nothing could intimidate me. I turned around the final corner and screamed. How many chins can a person have? Imagine 7 times that number. Picture so many chins that they cover a person's chest. Imagine 7 times that number. Picture so many chins that they cover a person's chest and are indistinguishable from his elongated and droopy man breasts. Imagine a being so fat that has no space for legs. Think of stubby arms that protrude from a man so large that he do not meet shoulder, but simply sink into a lumpy pool of lumpy skin. What would a tarantula's leg look like if we're 30 times bigger? What would its texture be if human skin covered its exoskeleton or retained the bristly hair? Consider how wrong it is to see upward pointed feet with no legs protruding from the sea of skin. In my humble opinion, fleshy octopus's tentacles, suckers and all, had no purpose on a land-bound creature. How would you feel about an 8-long-foot scorpion stinger protruding from a demon's back? Would it make it worse if I told you that it, too, was covered in human skin, or that it swayed in curls like a cat's tail? That being, with every one of those appendages, sat guarding the door to my childhood bedroom, and made eye contact and smiled. I was not dealing with this crap. I pulled the watch out, the beady eyes awilt with glee, and all the appendages quivered in excitement. They made a soft concert of slouch, clip-clap, and for some reason, I tucked the book into my waistband, then pulled the watch's crown. It stopped moving. That's when I realized I had a problem. Every square inch of the doorway was filled with the thing, even if I could climb over it, and I was not about to touch that crap. Squeezing past it would be impossible. I clicked the crown back into place. The demon came back to life, retreating a little from the frame. A little, not a lot. It smiled. I tried 13 more times before I realized that the demon was winning, and it hadn't even moved. There was no way around it. That was the only door into my room. A solitary window, which could only be opened from the inside, was a sheer 2 stories above the ground. The hidden room on the other side had appeared to possess the concrete walls. The only way in was through Fatty, since it would fill the frame every time I used the watch, only to retreat once I released it. It appeared that using it would be an impossibility. I tried another tactic. Rosary in hand and gad reflect in check, I advanced on the beast. Rippling muscle flowing and iron bone grinding, I geared myself up for the fight. I was stronger. I could feel it. I raised my fist and swung. My hand landed in the skin with a soft plop. I pulled back to see the skin sizzling where the beads had landed, but I quickly lost sight of it in the sea of flesh. The return punch caught me off guard. One of the arms had hit me equally as hard, and I fell stunned to the floor. I shook it off. Anger coursed through me. I picked up the knife and brought it down into the thing's skin. While some acidic blood oozed out, I again lost sight of the wound after I pulled the knife back. I failed to see the scorpion stinger come crashing down on my shoulder. That one frickin' hurt. It drew back after a single strike, but it was enough to slam me to the floor to open up a painful flesh wound. I shook this off too. Time to get drastic, no way around it. Rosary in hand, I stood up and ran at the thing, belly flopping into its skin. It felt like grilled chicken skin, covering a prune layer maneuver smoothly. I tried to raise my head, but my hand sunk into the world's most sensitive Tempur-Pedic mattress, so I could not push myself up. Then it took one of its human skin-covered tarantula legs and slid it across the back of my neck like it was playing a delicate violin. The hairs were so pointy. I eventually was able to swim through the flesh and roll back onto the floor, panting. I would not try to be able to approach that again. A flower vase sat on the end table. I picked it up and brought it down on the demon. An octopus tentacle came crashing down on my head with equal force. I grabbed a layer of fat and tried to stretch it far enough to meet the demonic flames that lined the hallway. Could demons be hurt by their own fire? Before I could answer that, the thing spat out blood from one of its open wounds and landed on my arm and burned me. I howled in rage. I pinched, I stabbed. Each blow was countered with another blow. Each stab fetched another needling from the scorpion tail. Neither its punches nor its stings were very strong or deep, and ensured that the monster would not deliver me a knockout blow. We could continue indefinitely. On its next punch, I collapsed to the ground and cried. There was no way out of this, no way at all. As I drew into my own pain, I turned out the monster. I wonder if he would decide to stop playing and deal a decisive blow while I was sobbing. In that moment, I didn't care. The same emotions that made me so frickin' arrogant not long ago now had made me a chokehold of doubt. I felt worthless. The arms wrapped around me as I sobbed. I let them. I was pulled forward towards the fleshy horror. I did not resist. The skin, the horrible skin, squished between my fingers as I climbed on top of it. I surrendered to the hands that were pushing me forward, too devastated to fight it anymore. They guided me, gently yet firmly, towards the demon's head, towards the demon's mouth. I surrendered to their will. It was just easier that way. I let it happen. I let it happen. Its tongue lapped my ear, leaving thick gobs of saliva inside. The unseen hands pushed me towards its head, while my hands grabbed its chin for purchase. Up I went, and as I slid past its left ear, over its left shoulder, and tumbled down its back fat into the space beyond, I'd gotten past the demon and into my room. I sat stupidly, legs splayed out directly in front of me. I blinked. The cascade of back fat spilled into the room. It quivered like jello, but the demon made no other physical reaction to my presence. It didn't even turn its head around. Then another body tumbled down the skin and rolled next to me. I stared slack-jawed. Sebastian got to his hands and knees, panting heavily. I had so many questions. I blurted out what I felt was the most important one. Huh? Still panting, Sebastian got to his feet. Then he pulled me upright. I looked him in the eye. Then I dropped my gaze to the floor. I was no longer angry with him. Sebastian, I thought you were... I raised my head again. He was looking back patiently. What? I watched you fall. He blinked. Yes, what? Did you think I was dead? My silence must have answered him. Peter, you threw me down some stairs, not a cliff. I opened my mouth to speak, but realized I had nothing to say. He was right, of course. And since this is your house, you must realize that there's a landing halfway down. I only fell about 8 steps. And did that hurt? I asked dumbly. Well, yes. Yes, it hurt. I hit my shin pretty badly on the table on the landing. He sighed. But I've learned to fall over the years. My mind raced around. But the fire on the stairs. Peter, we've both been dealing with the fire the whole time. It's mostly for intimidation purposes. It won't spread, and we're fine as long as we don't touch it. And if it gets close, we can put it out with salt. I tried to understand one last thing. Why didn't you come help me earlier? He raised his eyebrows. You mean when you were still on your rampage after you had, I now realize, attempted to kill me? Well, crap. He had crossed every T and dotted every I. Sebastian, it's not that I was trying to kill you. I was... But then I trailed off. I tried to figure out what had been going on in my head. I realized 2 things at once. The first was that I had no idea I had reacted so aggressively to Sebastian. The second is that whatever had pushed me was still partially there. My head swam. I'm sorry. I felt shaky. He laid one hand on my upper arm, then placed the other on my opposite side. He looked me in the eye. Peter, I forgive you. Part of me wanted to cry. Part of me wanted to finish what I'd started. Why? I asked. He dropped to his hands to his side. The prayer of St. Francis says that it is in pardoning that we are pardoned. My soul hangs on that being true. He sighed. Everyone does, doesn't it? I don't know what to say. I don't think you realize just how much the blue demon influenced you, he continued. I turned away from him. I hated knowing that he was probably right. I hated not being in control. I hated. A sudden realization hit. How did you get past that demon? He was quiet for a moment. Then, they set you up for a trap. I gave him a dim-witted stare. I hung behind you after you threw me down the stairs. I flinched at this reminder. Another part of me smiled inwardly. I watched you fight the bull demon. I saw what was left of it run away. It sprinted right past me. Tell me, do you feel stronger after shrinking it? Like you absorbed its essence? I still don't know what to say, but apparently my facial expression confirmed his suspicions. He continued, whoever put that demon there must have known you would take it easily. Would have known what feeling you would have when you crushed it. They would have realized that you would carry that feeling right into the next obstacle. I looked back at the wall of flesh in the doorway and made a gurgling sound. I didn't know how to hurt it, I offered. Sebastian looked up at the ceiling. Remember when I was talking to you about the rosary, when you admitted that you didn't really understand? I told you that you were on your way to getting it. That's the issue here. You were convinced that you needed to know how to hurt it. You never stopped to think about how to not hurt it. This did not make me less confused, Sebastian. He took a breath. I think this demon is some sort of vengeance striker. How often did he hurt you? Constantly. I snapped. wondering if my skin was more than 50% purple at this point. I watched you, Peter. You sat for long stretches, crying and screaming, while it did nothing. It only ever hurt you when you tried to hit it, and then it used some sort of appendage that was equal in quality and magnitude to what you had given it. I opened my mouth to disprove him. No sound came out. It knew how to respond to the watch, too. It froze you out when it froze it out. Every response was met in kind. I did not like how much sense this was making. Wait, though. How did we get past it then? His expression was inscrutable. I had a guess that this is sort of a game might be in store. Don't you remember the advice I was trying to give you just before the stairs? I felt a rush of shame, anger, and pride once again. Multiple spirits in the same body. Not specifically, no. Well, I was talking about the only way to get past it. I said I have to let it go. Don't fight it. That sounded crushingly familiar. So, we just crawled over it, and it let us. I sighed. I thought you were trying to protect yourself when you said that. He shrugged. I made a solemn vow not to leave you. We were both silent for a beat. I spoke next. So that was the trap. They waited me to defeat the bull demon and bring aggression to the vengeance striker. He nodded slowly. It's hard to fight a demon when fighting is the demon. I wanted to cry. So, he said, shifting the conversation, what is it in this room that they wanted so badly to protect? I smiled. At least I had gotten one thing right. I still knew what I had to do next. I put my arm around his shoulder. Sebastian, my friend, I think we're near the end of the road. Welcome to my childhood room. It turns out that there's a friggin' monster under my bed. Friday, September 18th, 1987, late afternoon. I stopped what I was doing on account of the crying. I don't think anyone else would have pulled me away. I could slip lightly through the window by now. Even though I could hear that Peter was downstairs, constant caution was the rule. Some secrets are kept in kindness. Deftly down the stairs I went, avoiding the 17th step, which creaked. I made it to the kitchen door without being heard. Terrence was hugging Peter. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Peter was 6. I couldn't remember the last time I had seen my husband hug our only child. Buster punched me, and it was hard, and he took 3 of my best G.I. Joes and he squeezed my neck until I said they weren't mine. Peter entered his Wobble explanation with another wail. He's the worst kid in the world, Dad. He makes me feel so small. He's a demon. The Duncan boy was no good. I hated the fact that he lived just a half block away from our son. I thought about what living here in this house was costing Peter. With a detached sort of guilt, I knew that the Duncan boy was not the worst of it. We were hurting Peter with our choices. We were also trying to help him. No human is raised to fit another human, but it's thrust upon us anyway. The twisted curse of our own flawed upbringing. We don't always do our best because we're human, and all humans are part demon. Terrence shushed Peter and told him to count to 5. When Peter had done so, at an increasingly calmer pace, Terrence said, "Well, son, don't be controlled by him. If this is the way that he lives his life, if hurting other kids makes him happy, then he really is the smallest kid in the world." Peter whimpered and then hushed, and Terrence rocked him back and forth on a kitchen chair. The diabolical thing about being human is that we are part angel as well. The demons demand so much attention that they are utterly confounded when an angel takes the helm. I loved Terrence in that moment in a way that my logical mind could not articulate, and it made me feel uncomfortable. I sinked away as quietly as I had come. Choosing not to interfere was my way of expressing love. The most profound moments live in the crevices between statement and purpose, and nothing can ever be profound until we accept the phenomenal as quotient. I never told Terrence what I had witnessed. Wednesday, September 23rd, 1987, early morning. I was able to justify the problems with the house for some time. The walls would tremble just slightly, not even a 3.0 on the Richter, Terrence would say, over the top of his newspaper. The bifocals made a man in his late 30s seem ancient, but he always took kind to me. I must have smiled at him, because he smiled back. The problem was that I knew the walls were vibrating at the exact same timbre of human breath. Saturday, September 26th, 1987, early afternoon. The machine was coming along nicely. I couldn't believe how small I'd gotten it. Terrence climbed through the window. I placed the soldering gun on the table and lifted up my goggles. The sweat stung my eyes. He walked across the room like a man with a mission. I hated how much his gait would swoon me. Why his gait? He kissed me on the forehead. Somehow, it was more intimate that way. I want to show you something, Lelania, he offered. He then produced a pocket watch hanging on a silver chain. The scar was visible on his left hand as he held it up to the light. I nodded solemnly. You understand why I couldn't use a bone for my hand, even though it was just a silver? I have to be dexterous. I indicated the workbench before me. He grabbed my small hand in its large one and slowly rolled his thumb over my knuckles, smiling wearily. Of course, Lelania. The importance is that we both made the sacrifice. Every owner of it has since 1913. He got a wistful look in his eye. I saw the years of my life spaced along a road. I couldn't see a single pole beyond the 19th. Do you think everyone was built the same way? I didn't think you realized that not everyone could understand just what an English professor was talking about, but I suppose the same was true about a physicist. The bottom line is that we both had to make a sacrifice one way or the other, and we both did. I shifted away from left foot to my right. It would take some time to get used to the fact that I would never be able to stand on it the same way again. Monday, September 28th, 1987, late night. The house was getting worse. The workshop seemed safe enough, but we couldn't take Peter in there. Terrence and I lay in bed, staring up at the darkened ceiling. My right finger sat intertwined with the large digits of his left. We had been that way for an hour. I had the longest day yesterday, and needed a cup of chamomile more than I could say, he explained. I tried to heat up for 20 minutes, using 4 different kitchen appliances. I finally gave up, and drank it lukewarm. The back of the freezer is hot, I went on. They seemed like small things, but he had read enough about what we were doing, and I had tested enough to know what was going on. They can reach us with fire before anything, I explained. Heat is the lowest form of energy and can cross first. I rubbed my thumb across his wedding ring. I just don't understand why. He squeezed my hand. It's because they want to be hurtful. Tuesday, September 29th, 1987, just after midnight. We had talked for an hour. I needed to get up and pee. I didn't like walking the halls at night because they were the longest stretch without any windows. I don't know why I turned on the light in the bathroom. I assumed the small nightlight was enough. It was when I was washing my hands that I knew. I looked up and saw my darkened reflection. Of course it was my visage. Of this, there was no doubt. But the eyes looking back at me weren't mine. They looked the same. They moved in the exact directions that my eyes moved. But we know, ourselves, and I knew that someone else was staring back through my reflected optics. Of that, there was no doubt either. Whoever was watching me through the mirror did so with uncanny glee. I never looked at my reflection in the dark again after that. Wednesday, September 30th, 1987, mid-afternoon. It was nearly finished. I was excited to show Terrence. When he climbed through the window into the room, though, he had something that he was excited about as well. I could see it tucked under his arm. He brought out the book and showed it to me. The lively, coffee and cream tone of his skin clashed with the cover of the book, which showed the wear of many years. I smiled and rested my hand on the elbow patch of his tweed jacket. He lowered his free hand to the shoulder of my lab coat. You haven't looked inside? I asked nervously. Of course not. We both know how important this is. I looked to the wall that separated this hidden room from Peter's bedroom. I know, Terrence explained soothingly. I hate keeping secrets from my son. Life is a process of living with the effects of what we thought was the lesser of all evils at a long time ago moment. If we left this house, our problems would follow. I concluded, reassuringly. I don't reassure myself. We both kept the silence for beat. Terrence broke it. You know, he said, walking energetically to the wall that adjoined our son's room. I can see a future in which Peter ends up with this book. He looked down and caressed the cover lovingly. I was taken aback. Are you really? But you know what that would mean. I trailed off, unable to finish. The thought had never crossed my mind. It was wild. Peter was a smart enough kid. but we were honest enough with ourselves to know, without saying it, that he would never be the valedictorian. Parents know that sort of thing about their kids, even when they're 6 years old. Were we bad for thinking it? All parents judge their children, and all children know it. It's better that way. Love is only real when it's human, and humans are only real when we have a demon side. Wednesday, September 30th, 1987. A few minutes later. It's a circular call again. I explained to Terrence. Basically, it's a Gauss rifle that feeds into itself. He smiled. I took off the goggles and threw them on the table. We need it now. There was a bloody tampon in the toilet. He handed me a hot mug of chamomile. The gesture was timed very specifically. It meant that I was making leaps of logic which no human could follow, and I needed to explain my mental connection. I took the mug with both tiny hands and looked him in the eye. I'm not on my period, Terrence. I sipped. It was hot. I'm pretty sure that our 6-year-old son isn't either. There's something here that shouldn't be. The walls are getting thinner, he whispered. I think the Colligan can breach it, I said matter-of-factly. An awkward silence hung. Peter had been screaming in his sleep recently, and each of us knew that the other was growing unspoken doubts. And I have an idea. I took another sip and placed the mug on the workbench. Do you know how the optic nerves work? Of course, he said quickly. Terrence smiled. My heart fluttered just slightly. Just slightly. His response meant of course not. No one would, though I love seeing you get excited when you share things. But please, be clear about what you mean. We have been married for 11 years at that point. The nerves in our eyeballs send extremely detailed messages to the optical lobe. Of 4 lobes in our brains, 1 full lobe is devoted to vision alone. The information transmission is completely complex. The optic nerve is the highway. It attaches to the back of our eyes in the blind spot. We're blind there because the vision in a single place is sacrificed so that all the vision can be made real. It is the eye of the storm. We're blind so that we can see. Terrence sipped his tea. I sipped mine. We never broke eye contact. Instead of waiting for it to happen, we need to break the walls on our own terms. It's inevitable at this point. Things will be better in the long run if we can control where and when. And we get to choose exactly one occluded location in the very center of the cataclysm. I took a deep breath. I think we need to make a fissure, and it needs to be in Peter's room. He looked at me instructively for the last minute. For just the second time, I could not read him. I did not like it at all. Finally he spoke. We should put it under his bed. Thursday, October 1st, 1987, 7:42 a.m. Isn't it an earthquake? Peter screamed as I tottered shakily across his bedroom. Yes, what else could I say? When I'd first seen my infant son, I was consumed by the fear that my large frame would crush something so delicate. During the first week of his life, I touched him as little as possible. If Lelania had not fed him, I think he would have starved. For the first time, I used force on my son this morning. Every second of an earthquake, every millisecond, was potential for an unforeseeable and irrevocable disaster. Things were out of control. I knew my son wasn't going to be safe. I was shaken both physically and metaphysically. I clamped my arms around Peter and heaved him to the doorway, and then collapsed on him, using my body as a shield. When the shaking ended, he was gasping for breath. Lelania came sprinting down the hall. Terrence, Peter, are you okay? I knew nearly all of my wife's tones. This level of fear, was new. So the one look on her face when she collapsed on her knees in front of us, despite the novelty, however, her expression was obvious. What have we done? Is it over? Peter squeaked. I gasped for words. When they finally come out, they were as small and frail as a newborn. No, Peter, no, it's not, now. Sebastian, my friend, I think we're near the end of the road. Welcome to my childhood room. It turns out that there's a friggin' monster under my bed. He looked at me skeptically. I took my arm from his shoulder and walked confidently to my childhood bed. I gasped the post at the foot of it and pulled hard, pivoting the bed into the center of the room. Sebastian scuttled to the side. Beneath the bed lay a doorway. Perhaps a portal would be a better word. It was a square trapdoor, made of the exact same wood as the floor. I never have noticed it with the bed covering it, but now that it was exposed to the world, and now that I knew I needed to see it, It was clear. I kneeled down and gently felt along the edges. I saw writing and looked closer. Numbers and words were etched into the wood. It seemed to say a bunch of random words. I had no idea what it meant, but it seemed strikingly similar to my father's scratchy scrawl. Remembering where I had first felt the handle the previous afternoon, though it felt much longer ago than that, I wrapped my fingers around the lip that I was sure would open the door. "Peter," Sebastian warned wearily, "are you completely certain that you want to do this? That you're ready for this?" His words still evoke a slew of unhidden emotions: irritation, shame, eagerness, and anger. Definitely anger. I looked back at him with what I'm sure was the same level of weariness. "Sebastian, do you know why I didn't kill the bull demon in the hall?" He looked back at me silently, patiently. I sighed. My father taught me that I can't kill a demon while a demon still lives inside, that no weapon will work. I clenched and unclenched my fingers around the portal's handle, then looked down at the floor. I would have been able to kill that bull demon. Something tells me that, had I attempted it, things would have gone very, very, very badly for me. I looked back up at him. I still have 2 demons living inside. He took this all in silently. After a moment, he spoke calmly, choosing his words with deliberate discrimination. "After you open that door, Peter, there's no coming back, for better or for worse. Whatever happens can never be undone, and that is why I follow the road forward." I responded with equal care. I looked down one more time at the portal. I was struck by the fact that no matter what happened on the other side of the door, my life would certainly never resemble its former self after I pulled it open, that there would always be a before and an after. Well, I thought, no one ever built a monument to the guy who played it safe. Very few statuses feature guys eating Cheetos and scratching their balls in the recliner. I pulled open the door. A billow of intense heat met my face. I reeled back and looked up at Sebastian, who seemed genuinely scared. I rested the open door on the floor, stood up, and gave him a grim smile. "Welcome to hell." I turned around to a person I did not recognize. Despite the fact, I somehow knew 2 things were almost certainly true. This was not the first time that we had crossed paths, and he meant me harm. He looked old, nearly ancient, but in no way frail. His white hair was slicked back on his head, and his white goatee curled in under his chin. He wore a hideous, gaudy gold robe. The man was standing in such a way that the floor fires flanked him perfectly. He was clearly quite pleased. I stared, breathing heavily. The air, which was already warm, took on the quality of a suffocating blanket. Who are you?" I rapidly tucked the book back into my waistband and hid the rosary in my pocket. He grinned wildly. "Guess, Peter." Hearing him say my name slithered chills down my soul. I was just so wrong that he knew it. A word flashed into my mind. "Are you Goron?" I asked timidly. "Very good, Peter," he said with a grin. When he spoke, a forked tongue flicked forth. I steeled myself, wondering what he had planned. I wished Sebastian were here, but I guiltily missed the watch more. My heart raced. Damn, it was hot. "What are you?" I asked, trying to sound bold. "You know what I am, Peter." His eyes glowed yellow. "But the other demons, yes, all at work on my bidding, Peter. I am an elder. Things transpire because I wish," he said with a tone of finality. His words echoed menacingly throughout the room. I realized that I needed to start figuring out just what the hell was going on if I wanted any chance of getting back through the door. In retrospect, climbing through it seemed to be a very stupid idea. "So why do you want to have me here?" I pressed. He walked over to me in several long, quick strides. Because he closed the door. A cloud of sulfuric odor wafted from him, but something else was more distinct. I could see the pronounced, painful-looking bruises of 4 fingertips and a thumb visible on his neck just above the collar of his robe. I gasped. "You're the one I sent back to hell," I said in a whisper. He glared at me. "And I've been looking so forward to you joining me here." I pressed my palms against the rock wall behind me as shivers continued to run up and down my back. Everything felt so wrong. I was overwhelmed by the realization that my mistake in coming through the door was already far too long gone to fix. You said that I closed the door." A wicked smile curved upon Goran's face. The grin seemed to derive its worth from diminishing all joy around it. Yes, Peter, but now, you've opened it up again. He looked wistfully at the sealed metal door. You see, my lesser demons can slip through much more easily, in the same way that the smallest grains of sand slip so smoothly through closed fingers, but has been so difficult to find an entrance. This house, though. He turned back to give me a sharp look. Your house is like a sieve. Due to a series of, let's say, procedures, over a series of years, the walls in between here and there have been much thinner. My breathing quickened, threatened to get out of control. How much had my parents done, and over how long a time span? You'll imagine my surprise when, upon finally breaking through, I found myself frozen mid-rise. I had begun to think that I was about to face someone extraordinary. My mind was starting to spin. How much did he know? Was he aware of who my parents were? Who I was? Did I have any card to play at all? But I was wrong. Goran continued, eyes truly ablaze, forked tongue flicking. I faced a man who is nothing special whatsoever. My stomach dropped. If he was hoping to intimidate me, it was working. I realized quite quickly that you had no special qualities, that whatever pedestal you stood upon represented nothing more significant than an ant on the shoulder of giants. The heat was suffocating. The sulfuric air did nothing to help my heart rate, which was demanding more oxygen by the second. I faced you. I threw you back. I was saying it to myself more than I was to him. In between soiling yourself and crying about your hand, Goran spat in disgust. Clearly, you were blindly following a path that someone else had set before you. No, I knew you'd be an easy target, that my expulsion would be temporary. He continued in a softer tone. I knew that you'd get my message to come home. I crouched to the floor. So the whole trip here, it was just to get open the door again. He rolled his yellow eyes. Yes, genius, thank you. Now that it has been opened by the idiot who closed it, I will be free to pass through as I wish. I began to control my breathing. I had to. The demons that I had faced, within and without, were real. No one could take that from me. Goran knew it too. He was getting inside my head. I was letting him. Time to stop. Time to think. Sebastian said. He laughed. I've watched him for some time. You must realize that weakness is overwhelming faith. Do you regret faith-based decisions to enter the house and open the door? I started looking around for something. Anything. There had to be a way to solve this puzzle, or at least something I could do to claim that I was trying when I died. That may very well have to suffice. A passage in my father's text ran through my mind in that moment. Never ever forget, he had warned, that any battle worth fighting is one that you might lose. My eyes desperately scanned the room. The walls, the fires, the hopelessness was starting to press down on me like a weight, and then I saw it, in the flames. I looked quickly back at Goran. Your lesser demons, they can pass back and forth. They can come back here after going into my house. He took 5 steps towards me. When he spoke, it was in a lower tone of two friends sharing a secret. Peter, if you're trying to distract me so that you can fetch it out of the fire, you're going about it all wrong. Come here. Dazed, I could think of nothing to do but follow him. My hands clutched a rosary in my pocket, but something told me not to use it yet. That I would regret showing the only advantage I had. And please don't plan on using those beads against me, Peter. He turned to look at me as we walked. His face was serious. Believe me, I know how effective they are. The purplish mark stood starkly out in the firelight, and that is your disadvantage. I know how effective everything is at your disposal. Can you say the same about me? He stopped and smiled next to one of the fires, and wraithed in a ring of the flames, resting along a stone pillar in a tiny island of floor that was free of fire, lay a sword. I knew exactly what it was. It would have fit perfectly into the empty brackets in my parents' secret room. Blessed by 2 different popes, Goran offered enthusiastically, sure to slay any demon that haunts you. My mind spun with what options I had. Half a bag of salt was enough to form a protective barrier, but nowhere near sufficient to cut into the huge ring of flame before me. Should I go for broke? Just sprint through the fire and take it, in hopes that it would catch him off guard? Would I survive such a stunt for even a few seconds? Peter, he offered condescendingly. Stop trying so hard to figure out a way to get the dang sword. He turned and walked to the middle of the room. The truth is, he called over his shoulder, I'm just going to give it to you. He waved his hand casually, and the flames instantly disappeared. I stood dumbfounded. It has to be a trick. When I went to pick it up, he would just barbecue me, right? But what choice did I have? If I was going to die, I could at least say I was standing upright on the 2 feet of an idiot. Honestly, it seemed like the best of limited options. My vision swam as I walked across the stone floor that had been aflame just moments earlier. I closed the distance to the sword and then got near enough to touch it. I took a deep breath and picked it up. Nothing happened. It was heavy in my hand. Goran called to me from the center of the room. Bring it over here, Peter. I could hear the wicked grin in his face, even though I was looking down at the sword. I have something to show you. I looked up at him and took several tentative steps forward. He extended his arm to the darkened back of the room, gaudy golden robe dangling freely. Someone wants to meet you, Peter. One shadow, then another, emerged from the darkness. I know that you have demons left to slay, he went on. His voice got quieter, but it echoed so much louder in a place that seemed to have gotten very still. And no one leaves this room until that battle is over. Some won't leave at all. Wave after wave of nausea hit me. My trembling thighs gave away, and I fell to my knees. There, emerging from the darkness, with inscrutable expressions on their faces, stood the figures of my parents. Come on, Peter, Goran said, in mock encouragement to my kneeling frame. You should really rise to the occasion. There, emerging from the darkness, with inscrutable expressions on their faces, stood the figures of my parents. They walked slowly, deliberately, towards where I stood. Then they separated. My mother headed to the left, and my father pacing around to my right. They were flanking me. Their faces neither showed joy nor sadness. My breathing became shallow. No, you're not. This isn't real. I began to heave. I thought of the last time I had seen them. Lying so still. Their faces had been expressionless then, too. I panicked. This is not who you are. This is not who you are. I brandished the sword at my mother, then turned to face my father, trying to back away from them both at once. I knew what I saw when I went to visit Buster Duncan. It wasn't him. It wasn't real. I turned and pointed the sword at Goran, but I knew that it would be impossible to intimidate him as I continued to back away from where he was standing. I could see him smile. They're nothing more than the demons I've been carrying around inside myself. I shouted at Goran. The tip of my sword quivered. He threw his hands out in a mock shrug. If you're quite sure, Peter, then put actions to your words. My parents now flanked me equally on both sides, 180 degrees apart from one another. They each stood about 20 feet from me. They were still for a moment, then began to enclose me. Peter, Goran's voice echoed in the room. Why do you show so much fear of the demons that guard your life? I darted quickly away, so that I was no longer in between my parents. They simply turned and began walking to my new location. They seemed so patient with me. This may be the first time that I've met you, Peter. Goran's voice boomed throughout the room, as though the walls themselves were talking to me. But you encountered me so many times throughout your life. I ran behind one of the fires in the floor, but quickly realized how bad of an idea that was when my mother walked around one side as my father circled the other. Down here, you can see me as a man, but out there, I could only exist as a phenomenon. People learn to live with all numbers of demons in their lives, but become so frightened when they see us for what we are. No one fears the devil, Peter. It's finding out that he's been living inside you the whole time that causes you to run away, screaming. I ran and leaped over the fire just before my parents could reach me. I tumbled to the ground, dropping the sword as I landed. I dodged the flames, but they still burned as I passed by. You've seen me so many times, Peter. You accepted me then. I looked up from the ground, chest still heaving. You remember that accident during your senior year of high school? My breath stopped short, his wicked smile widening. One car wreck, 4 high schoolers, 4 grieving families. Your good friend Ryan, who had wanted to spend time with you that night, was one of them. My blood turned to ice despite the heat. That was me. I stood up and grabbed the sword. My parents continued to be just a few steps behind. Everyone blamed everything. Themselves, each other, the victims, the people who were there. But it was just happenstance. And that was harder to accept than reason. In the end, though, everyone had to accept it to move on. They gave in to the fact that there was no explanation. Peter, I am the bad thing that happens for no reason. Tears were running down my cheeks. Losing Ryan just before high school graduation had fundamentally changed who I was, and it came right on the cusp of adulthood. In many ways, it had been the transition, but it made you more responsible, Goran continued. You've been a cautious driver ever since. Always remember the fact that Ryan's head was found 60 feet from the car. It caused you to grow up. You see, Peter, I am a part of you. I clenched the sword in a white-knuckled grip and began juggling towards Goran. The thought of causing him pain flooded my mind. For a moment, I could think of nothing else. He threw his hands out as though to embrace me. Yes, Peter, yes. I stopped. It is impossible, completely impossible, to kill any one of them while a demon still lives inside. I looked back at my parents, with them on one side and Goran on the other. I was completely surrounded. I turned towards them. It's inevitable, Peter. Goran continued slowly from behind me. I've only been able to exist outside this plane as action, as an event, the same way that particles and waves can switch back and forth, but never be both at once. But it's time for things to change. It's time for you to open that door. I looked back at the entrance to the room, where the metal barrier still closed off my escape. He was right. This was inevitable. I suddenly struck by a thought. If these beings were not my parents, wouldn't my actual family be able to talk to me still? Would they still hear me in hell? I whipped out the book and read it as fast as I could. If you're fighting someone who is better armed than you are, son, then be wise and don't match him head on. You can't rise above, so go down. The book was ripped from my hands by my father's demon, and it crashed to the floor. My mother, demon, grabbed my arm. A feverish chill ran through my biceps and into my torso. In that moment, a flood of realization ran through me. I had truly not processed my parents' death. I had not dealt with a great deal of things surrounding their life either. This moment was inevitable. I ripped my arm away. It tore from her grasp easily. My father grabbed my shoulder with a vice grip. A cold fever poured down my back and crept up my neck. I felt like jelly inside. I pulled myself violently from my father, then ran between them, away from Goran. My legs felt like cement, and I only made it about 5 steps. Despite the bite, the fox was waiting for you. Remember that. I turned to confront them both. A physical release and a spiritual release are often inseparable from one another. I stood squarely facing them, though my legs quaked in fear. Nausea raged through me like a stormy sea. I trembled as I spoke. Whatever you two are, you don't have to wait anymore. I could see Goran look at me in curiosity. Mom, Dad, you hurt me. I took a deep breath. When you were alive, we never talked as openly as we should have. I stumbled at first, but the words quickly formed myself in my mind. I held back. You held back. Your secret, it destroyed you, and may very well destroy me too. We kept our distance when we communicated. In a way, I think we're afraid of each other. The two figures continued to close in on me. I did not move. Our distance in life continued to death. I kept myself removed from dealing with the fact that I lost you both. I took in a quivering gasp. The figures were a dozen feet away. I used that distance in life to run away from you in death, because facing the loss meant letting you hurt me so much more than I had believed I could hurt. So I used your mistake to keep you at arm's length. My parents' demons reached where I stood. I pointed the sword down in my right hand and made a fist. I pressed the fist against my father's demon chest and held my palm squarely against my mother demon's shoulder, keeping them firmly in place. I was crying openly now, salty tears mixed with saltier snot. I wondered vaguely, how many of history's great moments of triumphs were actually sullied by the inconvenience of being human? I raised my voice. It sounded more confident than I felt. You made a mistake in hiding the truth from me. You made a mistake in keeping an emotional distance from me. You did the wrong thing, because you are human. The demon parents strained against me, trying to force my arms away from them. It took all of my strength to hold them for the moment, but I knew that I would only be able to keep them at bay for a few seconds longer. I was nearly shouting now, but I know that you love me. I know, and I understand that fact that would mean nothing, if it came from something perfect. It can only mean something if the person has the potential to fail, and you made me feel loved. I gasped, I cried, I slipped, and dropped a knee to the floor. I couldn't hold them back anymore. The sword fell from my grip and landed on the stone with a clatter. Even if you didn't say it, I said through sobs, I know how much you love me. I let out a great sniff and looked up at Goran. He was watching stoically. But you're right about one thing, Goran. I yelled across the room. It is time to rise to the occasion. I launched myself from the kneeling position and thrust my hands forward. My demon parents shrieked and then fell back on the stones. Each made a sickening thud. I dry heaved, then turned my head upwards. Mom, Dad, I was distant too. I was wrong. I shouted to the rafters, the sound reverberating with the energy echo. I'm sorry. I forgive you for everything, completely. I felt a tightness rise from my feet and lift my shoulders. I hope you can forgive me too, and I hope you know just how much you taught me. It's the greatest regret of my life that I did not release these demons before you died, but I'm not going to embrace them any longer, even if it hurts to let them go. I looked down at the ground. The beings were scrambling to their feet. I continued in a shaking voice. Please know that I'm able to follow the lessons that you've left me for now. To be fair, I also would have doubted my ability to see them to the end. The parents' demons were on their feet. I dashed to the ground and picked up the sword, then took 2 quick steps back. My head swam. There was no more waiting. It had to happen now. Remember that we are often weakest in our greatest moments of strength. Screw, my father was right, but you two, I shouted at the figures before me, are not my parents. I raised the sword and screamed. They would have been drinking chamomile. I slashed the sword across the man's throat, splitting open a geyser of blood. He fell to the floor, with cinnamon. I drove the sword through the woman's neck. It burst through to the other side. Her eyes bulged. I yanked the sword back, and she collapsed. I lowered the weapon to my side, but remained on my 2 feet. I was weeping uncontrollably. Thoughts wavered in my head, like light reflecting off of a river's surface. Did having power mean nothing more than accepting how little we can control? Am I going to be alone forever? Is solitude an angel or a demon? Do I have more demons to count? Do I have more demons than I can count? Did I just do the right thing? I opened my eyes to see a furious Goran. No, not furious, afraid. He had not believed that I could do it. He had set me up to watch me fail, and he had not planned on what to do if his hopes went awry. I could see him now, and he could see me as well. His arms erupted in livid bright demon fire, and he charged at me. Sweat, snot, tears, blood that wasn't my own. I did not feel enwrathed in the laurels of the greatest, but it's all I had to offer the moment before me. I ran at my demon, slipping between the 2 forms of my parents on the floor. I did not have to check, but I knew that they wouldn't be rising again. I remember Goran's inflamed figure when I had faced him earlier. I remember how much it had hurt. I did not feel brave. I felt obligated, so I acted. That's where my parents come from, I thought vaguely. This demon was bearing down on me. He was freaking terrifying. Goran spread his arms, wicked smile, revealing his forked tongue as he prepared to burn me. If you're fighting someone who is better armed than you are, son, then be wise and don't match him head on. You can't rise above, so go down. I lowered the sword and slid it across the ground. It passed harmlessly between his feet. His eyes gleamed. I dove to the ground and curled into a ball, spinning and rolling at my attacker. I collided with his knees in a violent crash. A moment later, I heard the crack of his head hitting the floor. I scrambled to where the sword had come to rest, grabbed it, and charged at Goran. He rolled onto his back and swung his flaming right arm at me. No more demons hiding inside. I swung the sword at his arm, cleaving it off at the elbow. Goran shrieked as a fountain of blood erupted from the stump and immediately started burning his clothes. He was quick to swing his fiery left arm at me, and I swung at his left elbow. I chopped the left forearm off like it was rotten. like he was rotten flesh. He gasped, he screamed, then he steadied himself. Goran panted desperately. "Wait, Peter, wait. I want to talk to you. I underestimated you. You want to learn, don't you?" He propped himself up on his bleeding stumps. "Yes, I know you hate me now, Peter, but you're logical. Your parents were logical. Your life is entirely different now. There is so much to learn. I can teach you so much. I can show you it all in exchange for my life." I could see tears in his eyes. I paused. He was right. Everything was different. The ones who could have taught me, who should have taught me, were gone. There was simply no changing that. My life would never be the same again. There was a before, now this was after, and he could teach me everything that would now define my life. I'd beaten him. Did I really have to kill him? He sensed my hesitation. "There are so many things I know, Peter." He sounded weak, but calm. "Tell me, how else will you learn them?" I looked down at the being that had caused me so much pain, that I'd made so weak. I raised my sword. "I guess I'll just have to read it in a book." I drove the sword through his skull. The tip erupted on the other side. Goran screamed for the last time. His body immediately burst into flames. The pain of the heat was intense, but I stood in place, hands on the sword in an unwavering grip. The fire was hot, but not long. The screams echoed in silence. I was soon standing over a pile of ash. Demon slayed. I knew I shouldn't. My mind told me not to, but it was a battle that my mind lost this time. So, as I stood over what was left of my defeated enemy, I felt a wicked smile slowly, inevitably creep across my face. The cool night air was awesome, antidote to the stifling hell below. I looked over at Sebastian. His face was the picture of serenity. The horizon was purple, seriously considering the transition to pink. I was exhausted. I'd offer Sebastian whiskey, but he told me that he didn't drink spirited beverages. I'd offer him coffee, but he had turned me down for the same reason. So he and I sat on the roof of my parents' house, watching the sunrise, sipping chamomile. I broke the peaceful silence. I wonder how long the metal door had been unlocked before I opened it. Do you think I would have died in there if I hadn't killed Goran? Did I need a demon's release? He sipped his tea, continuing to stare at the horizon. "Peter, do you really want the door to be unlocked before it was?" I was flabbergasted that he would ask me such a question. Then I realized that I had no retort. "Thank you for waiting for me on the other side," was all I could think to say. I drained my mug. The sky was beginning to turn orange. The face of the pocket watch started to emit the smallest reflection, while my parents' book remained in shadow. "Are you going to read any more of it, Peter?" Sebastian asked. I sighed and put my mug back down on the roof. "No, not right now." I struggled to find the words. "I believe that they're still out there, wherever there is." I leaned forward and wrapped my hands around my knees. "This book, it doesn't change. It's written, but my experience isn't. I don't have much of my parents anymore. I don't want to use up what little is left so soon. I wish I had realized it earlier." Sebastian sipped his tea. "What's done can never be undone, Peter." He turned to me. He looked exhausted, but not troubled. "There's no one left to punish for what happened. Don't volunteer for the job." He turned his eye back to the horizon again. Orange was giving way to yellow. We sat in silence for several minutes more. "You know," I continued, "I'm still pretty baffled about how we crossed paths. I know there's an entire separate story there, and I'm just one small chapter in it." He nodded contemplatively. "Do you think that all these stories will affect one another?" He smiled. "All rivers find the sea." When the sun finally made its appearance, I was overwhelmed with the need to fall asleep. I rubbed my eyes. "So what about you, Peter?" Sebastian asked. "Are you going to find out more about your parents, or we will just let this go?" I smiled. "No," I responded. "Nah, Sebastian, there's no going back. I think that this is just the beginning." My name is Ian, and I recently just spent 2 weeks in Italy. I live in LA, and was told of the many must-see locations in the area of Tuscany, but the one that most appealed to me was the Torture Museum in the famous city of San Gimignano. On the 9th and last day in Tuscany, Before I took my long drive home to Rome, we decided to stop in San Gimignano. My father told me to leave me in the Torture Museum, aka the Criminal Museum, while he went off with my sisters. The Criminal Museum was originally a torture chamber, built during the time of the Spanish and Italian Inquisition. I bought my ticket at around 5:30 p.m. and proceeded to the bottom part of the torture chamber. As I entered the deepest part of the chamber, I got really scared. I was all alone, except for a German man and his children. The chamber was quite odd, and in some places, it was really cold, and I would go back to that same place, and it would not be cold anymore. Light gusts of wind would come out of nowhere, and there were no windows, doors, and it was underground. I began proceeding through the chamber, until I was stopped by a ghostly figure, standing right behind an Iron Maiden. It was a shade of white that I had never seen before. I could barely make it out, but there were depressions where the mouth, eyes, and nose were. I stood frozen for what felt like 10 minutes. It then darted straight across the room, in the direction of the opposite wall. I could even hear its feet going across the floor. I ran like a bat out of hell, and nearly cleared 20 stairs, but fell and slid down the 10 other. I later spoke to the man in the reception room. He asked me where I saw it, and I said in the chamber. He told me that there are hundreds of ghosts in there, and many seem to be insane. I will never forget what happened to me in Italy, and I hope others will enjoy my story. My name is Julie, and I'm 32, mother of a wonderful 4-year-old son, which I would give my life for, married to a wonderful, incredible man. We live in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. When I was about 8, I believe, I had my first terrifying experience with the dead. My great-grandma had passed away a few days earlier, although I can't really recall the event all that well. One night, a few days after her death, I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was just in front of my bedroom, separated by a long hallway that went basically across the part of the first and only floor. Beside my bedroom was my parents' bedroom. My bedroom to the bathroom was only like 3 feet to walk across the hallway. As I walked towards the bathroom, for some reason, I looked into my parents' bedroom. What I saw terrified me. Across my parents' bed, I saw my great-grandma lying on her side, holding her head, with her left arm looking at me with these black, see-through eyes. I will never forget. Very young and innocent, I didn't really ever think that ghosts really existed. That made me aware of another world that we were not taught about in our upbringing. When I got a little older, we had bought a house in Hawkesbury, Ontario, that we stayed into for I would say 5 to 6 years. I was about 16 at the time. We had just purchased the house, and while my father was renovating the upstairs, the whole family would be sleeping in the basement. One night, as we were spending a little time together, we heard this funny noise upstairs. We thought someone, for some reason, had entered our home, so my father went up to see what was going on. To all of our surprise, all 4 rings of our ceiling light had just fallen on the floor, not one at a time, but all 4. We could hear footsteps in the house, and when I was alone, the front doorknob would turn, and nobody was even there. I was so terrified. I did not know what to make of these events. At night, I would hear someone open the fridge door and close, open pantry doors, and close loud. I would constantly feel a presence. I would barely have any sleep in the house. Sometimes, I would go and sleep with my brother. It is a terrible feeling as a child to be afraid like this. It's not okay. I don't think in any way that this is a funny thing. When you're a child, you get confused and don't understand the logic of these things. Actually, because there is no logic. When I got older in my early 20s, my grandmother passed away. God, I adored her. She was my best friend, and to this day, I miss her like crazy. Not long after she had died, maybe a few nights after, she appeared to me while sitting on the side of my bed, late one night. She appeared right next to me. She had her arm around my neck, and she looked at me saying, "Julie, don't be sad. You know that I'm not really gone." And she disappeared into thin air. I felt such a relief that she felt my sadness and that she loved me enough to come and comfort me. I will never forget that precious moment. For you, Grandma, I love you. Julie. To start my story, my father and I pretty much had a decent relationship most of my life. Of course, when I was a teenager, I did the usual teenage crap and rebelled, and we grew apart. I had moved out and ended up with an abusive boyfriend. I ended up moving back home, and Dad and I renewed our relationship. Those 9 months before my dad's death were great. We actually got a chance to really talk, and I think my dad knew his time was short. He kept telling me that I would find the right guy eventually, and I would make a good mom someday. On February 11th, 1997, Dad passed away after a long illness that we would discover later was periodontitis. Things didn't start happening right away. It started after I met the man who would be my husband later, and I became pregnant with our son. About 4 months into my pregnancy, we started noticing little things around the house, mostly having to do with noises and objects that belonged to my father. After my son was born, and he was about a month old, my husband and I were watching television in the living room, and the baby was asleep. My mother's room. We were staying with her. Due to after Dad died, she couldn't pay the bills on her own. It was right off the living room. She had went to bed, and after about a half hour, she said she had seen a white orb about the size of a softball traveling between the bedroom door and her vanity mirror. No light source constant. Her room was pitch black because she kept tinfoil and trash bags over her windows to keep the light out. Then, when we were getting things ready for the wedding, it seemed like all hell broke loose. Objects being thrown, kitchen drawers opening and shutting by themselves, strange noises. You name it, we had it. Then, the wedding day came. I wasn't nervous, because I knew Dad was there. I wore his turquoise ring I gave him for a Father's Day present for something blue. Everyone at the wedding and the reception said they could feel him. Even some of the pictures taken at the reception were questionable. A couple have what appears to have a mist in them. My son is in most of those photographs. Then we didn't really have anything happen for a while, until my son started getting old enough to talk. Then in the evening, when only me and my son were at home, watching TV most times, he would get all excited as if someone had just come home. He would run up to the baby gate, wave, and yell hi, and I would go up to the gate and look down the hall to see no one there, and I would ask him, "Who are you talking to?" And he'll look up at me and smile and say, "Grandpa, Mama." He never met my father. My son was born on 2/1/00, and Dad died on 2/11/97. After he did this for a couple of weeks, I invested in an EMF detector. After running a few test runs to get readings from the hallway on basic electrical outlets and whatnot, I waited for my son to say hi to Dad again. Sure enough, about a week later, it happened again. This time I ran into the hallway to see if I could get a reading. I did. A perfect circle about 2 feet in diameter, smack dab in the middle of the hallway. I knew it was Dad. We have since moved, but my son still says hi on occasion to Grandpa, and my sister and I can still sense his presence. I'm 19 now, and most of my experiences have happened recently, although I remember a few from when I was a child. I'm a student at a Big Ten university and stayed in the dorms my first year here. My roommate and I were soon to find out we had another roommate. One night, I was dreaming that I was lying in a bed across from another bed, and a girl was pacing in between. Well, my dream soon faded to reality when I noticed myself blinking. We had lofts, so the floor that was in my dream was now gone, but the girl was still pacing, about 5 feet in the air. I don't know what came over me, and I didn't mean to say anything, but I blurted out, "What are you looking for?" The girl stopped and looked at me. Her eyes were just dark holes, and then faded away. I wasn't scared of her. I just went back to sleep. During other nights, I would be startled awake, what sounded like heavy books being thrown to the floor, and in the morning, nothing would be out of place. Things would go missing, only to end up in the middle of the floor, days later. My first touching experience took place there also. I was taking a nap on the futon with my boyfriend when I felt what I thought was my boyfriend's scruffy chin rub on my forehead. It woke me, but I didn't open my eyes. It happened again, and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. I looked up, expecting to see his face, and there was nothing there. He was about 2 feet away from me, with his back towards me, fast asleep. My roommate, however, had the creepiest experience. She rarely had any, but hers, I think, didn't happen to me. She came in the room from the shower, down the hall, and went to her mirror. When she noticed she had a drop of blood on the tip of her nose, she wiped it off onto her finger, expecting to see a pop zit or something, but her nose was clear. She showed me the blood on her finger and told me what happened, so we checked her arms and legs, everywhere, to see if she had cut herself shaving. We checked her towel, robe, slippers, everything, and there was no blood anywhere else. We still do not know where it came from. Last night was my most recent experience, which made me want to read about stories online. It was at my parents' home, which we all think is haunted by some man. I was ready to fall asleep when I was startled awake by a loud pop in front of my face. Minutes later, I heard dripping water. That ghost mostly bothers my brother, whose bedroom is in the basement, where most of the activity takes place. I would like to share my experiences with someone who doesn't think I'm crazy. When I was 5 years old, my mom, dad, and I moved to a house in Crownsville. It was about 7 years old and had originally been built as a summer home only. My dad did a lot to the house over the years to renovate it. When I was about 10 years old, he finished the new bedroom on the front of the house, and he and my mother moved in. I got their old bedroom at the back of the house. I'm not sure if this bedroom was on the house originally, because it was built on a concrete slab, and the rest of the house was over a basement. My mother claimed to see a ghost materialize from the heating vent into the room. We all laughed it off. Later on, I didn't think it was so funny anymore. My parents were very strict and didn't leave me alone in the house until I was 13. After they left, I was really creeped out by the feeling in the house. I felt as though I was being watched. I wandered into the kitchen and heard a really weird sound. Then I noticed that the cupboard doors were moving. It looked like they were vibrating. I recognized the noise. It's the glasses in the cabinets all vibrating against one another. I ran back to my room and stayed there till my parents got back. One time, I got this brilliant idea to bring a Ouija board into the house. My grandmother had lots of junk in her backyard, and as I dug around, I had found the board wedged between two small buildings. If I'd been a bit older and a bit smarter, I would have left the damn thing there. I shoved it into the back floorboard of my mother's car, underneath my jacket. Somehow, I snuck it inside later on, without being seen. It was just a board in the planches, the Parker Brothers kind. I put it in my underwear drawer, all the way at the bottom, hoping to play with it later. I had failed school that year, so I had to go to summer school. I knew I would have to get up early, so I went to bed early. I was wakened sometime later, after my parents went to bed. I thought I heard a rattling. I listened for several minutes, heard nothing, and went back to sleep. I woke up again, a little while later. Again, I thought I heard rattling, and this time, I thought it had come from my dresser. I was slightly freaked out, but I heard nothing after a few intense minutes of listening, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. I woke up a third time. This time, I was angry. I still heard it when I woke all the way up, so I hurried and turned my light on. I saw the dresser drawer move for a few seconds, then it stopped. There was no more sleep for me to be had that night. The light stayed on, and I stayed sitting up in my bed till dawn. Then I got into the dresser, snapped the board in pieces, and threw it out my back window. The last thing that happened while I lived in the house occurred when my best friend stayed the night. We were supposed to be sleeping in my bed, but being kids, we were up talking. We both shut up at once and looked out my bedroom door. It was the kind of house where all the doors line up. I could look out of my door and see clear to my parents' bedroom door. In between were my old room, the kitchen, and the living room. We both saw glowing orbs floating around in the living room. There were about 5 of them, and they were way brighter than any of the lamps we had. She and I stared in awe for a few minutes, and then they faded away. She and I are still friends, but we never have talked about the glowing balls floating around my living room. Thanks for listening. I have been able to explain what happened the night of the Ouija board rattlings. For all I know, it could be the workings of an overactive imagination, but it sure seemed to be real to me. The terror of that night never has faded. Hi, I've owned this large, 3-story, late 1800s building for the past 25 years or so. The first floor has 2 storefronts, and the second and third originally had 3 apartments per floor. I converted 2 of the second floor apartments into one large apartment for myself. When I first bought the building, I had a great deal of work to do on it. My mother would occasionally visit, and she would ask me who was in the back room of the main store. There was no one there, but she would insist. I never thought much about this until later in life, but she now sees non-existent people nearly everywhere. Sometime after gutting the building and making it partly usable, I was working on the first floor and saw a young boy running through the store. Since the place was locked up tight, and there were 7 alarm systems, and only one was off, it was impossible for the child to hide from me. No child was to be found. Over the years, I, and many others, have seen a child running through the store. I've seen the occasional person while looking in a mirror, although this doesn't happen often. Many years ago, my friend Scott shared the apartment and had a rear bedroom of his own. One evening, he came out to see me when I got home and complained that something had sexually assaulted him. He found the event very painful. I somewhat dismissed this as folly on his part, but never forgot it. A few years later, I rented that same room to another fellow, and he had a similar experience. He moved out the next day. I rented a room to a fellow who was gay. He never had problems until his friend came over to visit. They were alone in the bed at the time. They were in the bedroom when the bed lifted a few inches off the floor and fell down. Then the bed moved a couple of feet from its location. Finally, the tenant had a set of barbells sitting on the floor. They were tossed up in the air several times, hitting the floor with a bang. After this happened, I began to read up on getting rid of spirits in the building. I placed a pentagram with proper symbols in the room above the tenant's room and went through the ceremony. From that day forward, nothing else happened in the building. That is, until the roof leaked above the room, and I bought up a tarp and bucket to catch the leak. The tarp covered the pentagram. Since then, people, including myself, see things in the building, mostly visions of people. Some people leave the building immediately when this happens. Over the years, nothing has ever happened to me physically, and my sightings of spirits are rare. I'd like to mention another place in Buffalo. It is on West Avenue, near Ferry. The location was originally Buffalo's hanging grounds, and now there are houses on it. My friend Paul owns the house. Occasionally, when no one is in the house, there will be loud screams coming from inside the house. Police have been summoned by neighbors on several occasions, but couldn't find anything out. Thanks for reading. I had a couple of strange experiences at a cemetery in Vancouver as a teenager, about 15 years ago or so. Everyone I've told the story to over the years seems to get a chill run down their necks from hearing it, so I thought it would make a good addition to your website, which I enjoy reading through on occasion, as I'm interested in hearing about other people's experiences with the unexplained. Back in the late 80s, I hung around with a group of friends who I'd hang around with and mostly get into trouble with. I guess looking back, we didn't really have any beliefs or interest in the supernatural or spirituality, and I suppose we were kind of like teenage nihilists in a way, getting into trouble with the police and partying a lot, not conscientious about school or the future. So what would happen at the cemetery would all seem the more strange. Well, anyways, one school night, we were out looking for something to do at around 10 or 11 at night, and we couldn't really think of anything as it was midweek, and most people our age only went out on the weekends. We ended up just driving around with no destination in mind, and at one point, someone suggested we go to a local cemetery, just because we had nowhere else to go. This cemetery is cut into the forest on the side of a mountain, and is basically just a giant field, surrounded by trees, and all the headstones are just flat plates on the ground, so that if you didn't know it was a cemetery, it would just appear as a big empty field upon entering it. The point is that there's absolutely nothing to obstruct your view or cast strange shadows in the cemetery. To get into the cemetery, you have to drive through a 40-meter winding road that runs through trees and bushes, etc. And this road eventually branches out so that cars can access different parts of the cemetery. There were 3 of us in the car, with myself driving, a friend in the front seat and one in the back. As I pulled the car into the small entrance road, I slowed the car right down and put on the high beams and drove the car at a snail's pace towards the cemetery. As we made the last little bend in the road and entered the cemetery, the high beams suddenly illuminated the entire field, and it was at this point that I suddenly and violently jammed my foot on the brakes, because about 15 meters in front of us stood a group of about 30 to 40 people. I think I recall my friend sitting next to me, saying something to the effect of, "What the hell is going on here?" I don't know. I answered maybe some kind of midnight burial or something, and then cracking some joke that maybe they were druids. I remember my friend, in the back seat, suggesting that we back the car the way we came in, so as not to disturb whatever was going on, which I declined doing, saying it would be a better idea to make the first turn and come around, as it's a narrow road. At this time, probably about 20 to 30 seconds might have passed, and I took my foot off the brake, and we proceeded forward. After the car had moved forward, maybe 15 feet, and I was staring intently at the group of the people the whole time, there strangely now seemed to be less of them, which confused me. Although I remember slight movement within the group, they didn't seem to be bothered by the headlights, and I don't recall any of them looking directly at us. Well, by the time the car had reached about half the distance to where they were standing, and this is the odd part, there was no one left standing there, just an empty field, and it was at this point, when I hit the brakes again, I can remember the intense feeling of my scalp feeling like it was covered in goosebumps and shrinking, because it was only at this point that it clicked into my mind that something ghostly and unnatural had occurred. I drove the car up to a spot alongside where the group was standing and rolled down the window to have a closer look, but there was no explanation for what we had seen. At this point, someone suggested that we get the heck out of there, and we did, quickly. I can think of no possible explanation for what happened, and even went up there a couple weeks later with the same car, but a different friend, to see if maybe we could duplicate the feat and try to come up with some explanation, but we were unsuccessful. Strange thing was that all 3 of us saw the same thing from different vantage points, and there was nothing that the headlights could have refracted off to cause an illusion against the windshield. And anyways, the groups were clearly standing at a distance of 50 or so meters in 3-dimensional space, so there's no way it could have been a reflection. When I tried to duplicate the experience in the same car, nothing happened. I suppose it was this experience that has caused me to have a belief in a greater reality than we see in our everyday lives. Something else happened at that cemetery months later, not quite as strange, but strange nonetheless. But this email has turned out longer than I intended it to, so perhaps I'll submit it another time. I've had a family member who was buried at that cemetery since that time, and the experience has helped me to believe that perhaps some of them is still with us in some way. I would like to share the experience we've had, my husband and I, with the ghost of a dead boy. we had some pretty scary moments. A few years ago, we moved into our new home. An old lady had lived there for years and had passed away 2 years before shortly after she moved into an old people's home. The house had been left empty since she moved out. We were the first ones to move in. It was the beginning of springtime, so it was a little cold inside. As we turned on the central heating system, we heard a noise as if a kettle was whistling. We thought it was just a little dry, as it had not been used in the last 2 years. This was just the beginning. When you entered our house, you would see a hallway surrounded by the living room, bathroom, bedrooms, and closet with the central heating system inside. As time passed away, we did not take any notice of the heating system making noise. I must say, I felt kind of awkward when I passed a particular closet. Next thing happened was on our clock. The pendulum would stop at different times. I would give it a swing, and it would keep going for days. It happened many times, and looking back on it, our cats were always looking at things we weren't able to see, especially into the direction of the clock. Then our candles. We used to burn them every night, at 2 places in our living room. We never had any problems with drafts, but suddenly, we noticed our candles were burning unsteadily. All these things happened in our living room, and we never thought anything of it, until one evening, the pendulum stopped, the candle started flickering, and a cold chill went through the room. The temperature dropped instantly, and suddenly, the noise from the central heating system didn't sound like a whistling kettle anymore, but like a stream drain running right through our living room. We looked at the TV, and suddenly, we saw the display changing numbers, and the screen turned to snow. It looked like it was trying to find a channel to display something we did not want to see. My husband rushed to the thermostat to turn it down, so the central heating would stop making noise. The TV went back to the channel we had been watching before, and everything went back to normal. Except for the 2 of us, we were scared to death, and we realized that something was haunting us. As we thought back at all the times the pendulum stopped, the noises from the central heating, the uncomfortable feeling we got from that closet and the candles, something or someone was trying to scare us out of our home. I told my husband that it was time to take some action, or things could get worse. As we decided to go to bed, the central heating started whistling again, and as I passed the closet, I yelled at it, "Stop it, and shut up!" Believe it or not, it did stop. Relieved as I was, I rushed into the bedroom to find a halogen lamp flickering heavily, and the whistling started again. I decided to take a run through the hallway, back into the living room, to turn the thermostat off, so the noise would stop. My husband was too scared to get out of bed, and I'll tell you, I wasn't happy either, but I managed to do so, and I was glad to return to bed, hiding under the sheets. The next day, I decided to call a psychic called Jan, who's well known for leading ghosts into another dimension, with the help of his guide, Layla. Through Layla, he was told that a young man in his early 20s had been living here before we moved in. He had died, jumping or falling off a bridge in Rotterdam. We were never told his name, so we could not do any research on this guy. Layla led him into the light, and all went quiet and peaceful. We moved out of the house a few years later, and we were glad we never encountered anything like this again. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Kind regards, and good luck with your website. I'm not sure if you'll understand my English, since it's been a while since I studied it, so if you have any questions, let me know. It happened when I was in my early teens. I think first, I should describe my room to you. It's the very smallest room in the whole apartment. The bed was placed facing the door, and the piano was on the left side of the door. That day, my sister was sleeping in the room, on the floor. I don't know exactly what time this incident happened. All I know is that it was scary. So, I woke up in the middle of the night, opened my eyes, to see a Grim Reaper with a scythe just standing there. His face was hidden under the hood, but the face under the hood
was glaring with a very weird greenish light. My body was paralyzed. The only parts of my body I still had control over were my eyes. Suddenly, he started laughing, but it was a silent laugh. The most unusual thing about this, though, was that I could still hear him laughing, even though it was silent. His laugh would be best described as something evil and demonic. It was just cruel. I closed my eyes because I couldn't look at it any longer, and if I did, my heart would have jumped out of my mouth. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. I could still hear his laugh. It's weird that I fell asleep after that. After this incident, strange things started happening to me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my body stiff and be afraid of nothing, even if I was alone in the room. Or I'd feel like something's trying to touch me. Having dreams about people I don't know, and they always tell me that they're dead. This happened some 7 years ago, in 1996. The office building where I worked then used to be a hotel. I was told there were 2 ghosts in the building. One, on the 7th floor, was supposed to be the ghost of a murdered hotel maid, but no one could tell where or what the second one was supposed to be. I shared an office on the corner of the 3rd floor, and my colleague and I would often look up from our work, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. We both felt that someone had walked through the office door, which we kept open for ventilation. An old office building such as this one did not have air conditioning. We talked about this and discovered that we each had this experience on several occasions. Sometimes we were alone, sometimes when we were both in the office. We eventually decided that we must be hearing someone walk along the corridor past the office, and after this, our imaginary visitor did not make their presence felt nearly so often. Then one morning, as I came back from the small area known as the tea bay, after making myself a coffee, I distinctly saw a man enter our office doorway. When I followed a few seconds later, there was only my colleague there. He insisted that no one had come through the door, and he said I must have been seeing someone going around the corner. I maintained that I had distinctly seen someone in the light coming from our doorway, and that the corridor beyond our office was dark at that time because the lighting was being replaced. A few weeks later, I saw the same man going into the tea bay, which is no more than an alcove with a water heater, refrigerator, and cleaning facilities, and when I got there, it was empty. There was no way he could have come out again without passing me. There was no other exit. I told my colleagues, and they said I must have seen someone going into either the men's or the women's toilets, which are on either side of the tea bay. I maintain that I saw someone going into the tea bay. If they had gone into the toilets, I would have heard the doors closing. There are none on the tea bay. Hello there. I've never thought of myself as being sensitive to paranormal things, but I've had too many experiences that I cannot explain easily. I would like to take this time and share 2 memorable experiences with you. Mind you, most of my experiences were feelings of not being alone, hairs on my neck rising, feelings of being watched, getting overwhelmed with sadness, hatred, and anger suddenly. I'm going to start off with my brush with the Martin House, listed in the Haunted Places Index under Panama City, Florida, at the age of 8 years. In 1978, it was owned by the paper mill company that was located across the street from the house. The Martin House sat on a huge amount of land and was surrounded by trees with moss hanging from them. There was a waterway running past the right of the house, looking at the front porch. The paper mill would rent this house out to various groups for parties. At the time, my father was in the Air Force, and his maintenance group rented out the house several times. I kind of felt safe on the lower floor and around the house grounds. I always made sure that my sister, 7 years old, and I stayed with a group of people at all times. For the most part, kids were running all over the lower section of the house, and we had plenty of places to explore. We were told from the beginning not to go upstairs because it was not safe. A group of us me included, decided to explore the upstairs area after we ate some food. I led the way up after the first 5 steps and stopped. I was looking at the top of the stairs and had the feeling of being watched by someone very bad. I let the boy behind me go first. We all started up the stairs, and I stopped again, feeling very uneasy. Couldn't seem to catch my breath. I was pushed out of the way by the other kids who went up the stairs. I went back down a ways until I was in the light that was shining from below and waited there still uneasy. Then the kids started to scream and came running down the stairs with me in front and told their parents that a very scary man was staring at them. Our parents went up to look around and could not find anyone. We all got punished. Each time we went to find that house, I was always looking up at one set of windows, overlooking the waterway. I felt like I was being watched by something. Last, the ankle grabber. I was 23 years old and visiting my sister in Marietta, Georgia. She lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. The 2 bedrooms were located on the left side of the hallway, with the bathroom right across the room. I would be staying in with my mom. This room had a faint, nasty odor that got stronger towards the closet. My first 2 nights there in the room, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, and fell asleep watching the closet door. I had a restless sleep, and I always woke up looking at the closet door. The 3rd day, I helped my sister get some extra boxes put away in the closet. It smelled like rotting flesh. It was extremely cold and unpleasant being in there. My sister said that she had tried everything to get the smell out, but nothing worked. That night, my mom decided to sleep out in the living room. I fell asleep the same way, eyes on the closet. I suddenly woke up to the feeling of someone rubbing their thumb down the length of my right foot very hard. It then went into spasms. I looked around the bed, thinking it might have been my sister. Nothing, but that closet door was slightly opened, and it was not how I left it before I went to bed. I wasn't able to go to bed the rest of the night, and my daughter slept soundly. The next day was uneventful, except when my daughter was taking a nap. Strange sounds were coming from her baby monitor. I went down the hallway with a feeling of dread, and went into the room to look around. Nothing was out of place, and I even checked my daughter for marks. There were none, but I did take her out of the room to finish her nap in the living room. That night, I was hot and decided to sleep on top of the covers. Again, my mom slept in the living room. I placed my daughter's playpen in a safer part of the room. I slept in the middle of the bed, with my right hand on the middle of the pillow. I woke up in terror when my ankle was grabbed and I was jerked 6 inches off of my pillow. My right leg was hanging off the end of the bed and my left leg was bent. I got up, picked up my daughter, and went to sleep in the living room. In the morning, I asked my mom about any unusual experiences in that room. She said she didn't have anything funny happen to her. Just then, my sister let me know that her former roommate had complained of hearing footsteps in the room when no one else was in there. The room, by the way, was carpeted. Unusual sounds, bad smells, and being watched. I asked my sister to move out of her apartment. My daughter and I spent the rest of the visit sleeping in the living room. On the last day, I went into the room, threatened if it ever hurt my family members, I would be its worst nightmare when I died, and called it every dirty name in the book. I figured I'd take my chances and say it anyway, even if I sound ridiculous and yell at nothing. I would like to thank you for your time, and thank you most of all for allowing me to share my experiences with you. I know the paranormal can bring a lot of skepticism into this world, but I also know there are things you just can't explain. I believe in the paranormal. I believe in the things that go bump in the night, and I certainly won't dismiss something just because someone thinks it's something crazy that may not be existing. Keep an open mind. Don't be so dismissive, because you never know when something may lurk on you, and you never know when you're being watched.
Here's kind of a creepy story. I go to school at Lala, and my school, mind you, it is a private school. There have been a few suicides and drownings. We are on a lake,
and other things such like that. Well, many students here have seen the Lalu ghost, and apparently, we have more than one haunting. One of my friend's sisters was being followed around by it. At one part of the school, there are wooden steps, which makes lots of noise when you walk down them. She started to walk down them, and she heard loud footsteps behind her. She stopped. It stopped. She looked around. No one was there. So, she kept going, and the footsteps kept going. That, from what I heard, was the last time I know that the ghost had been sighted, until 2 weeks ago. It was a late Thursday afternoon when my friends Kai, Clover, and Jess walked down to the Pine Room, which is basically our storage room in Lost and Found, to get a binder or something. When they went down there, Clover had started to feel a presence. Kai saw a flicker of light, and Jess saw the entire figure of what she could only explain as a ball of white light. All three of them just got what they needed and left, talking about this ghost. This is how I found out. I overheard them talking, and so did my friend, Jake. Jake is the most skeptical person I've ever met in my entire life. He doesn't even believe in luck. I had told Jake about this, and he basically laughed, and we went to go see Kai, who seems to be the resident expert on the occult here at Lalu, and find out what happened. Dave, who is also a skeptic, was laughing at her for saying this and wanted to see it himself. Kai told all three of us not to go down there. It'll just make him mad, and I trusted her, mainly because I believe in ghosts and the supernatural and everything like that, and I stayed. Where Jake and Dave went down to the Pine Room to try to see it, they came back empty-handed and laughing. We talked a little bit more about the ghost and what it could potentially do to you if it was mad enough. Then, Jake and Adder decided to try again. By this time, about 10 other people found out and wanted to see it too. Everyone went down, and everyone heard a loud bang, but nothing else. Then everyone went back up, but for some reason, Jake was called back downstairs. He was just inside of the door when he saw this ball of light pass in front of him to the adjacent corner. Scared, he ran as fast as he could, back up to where me and Kai were waiting. He told us of this story, and David overheard as well. So, being the idiot that he is, Dave went back down there and, yet again, didn't see anyone or anything. Dave then went to go see Clover, who was waiting in the stairwell down the hall to where we were at. We started to follow, slower than him, and about halfway, we all had the same feeling as Dave Giuliano did in his story. The hairs on our arms sticking up, and an uncomfortable constant shiver. At that time, in unison, we all asked, "Did you feel that?" Then, the creepiest thing happened to me. A feeling of soft, very, very soft hands, almost like wind, only solid, ran across my arm. And later, I found out that every time that Jake had walked by that spot and that feeling happened, his legs started cramping up. We went to the stairwell and we talked with the two. Kai was shouting at Dave because it was challenging the ghost to its face, and then she moved over a little, and both me and Jake saw it. We didn't see anything, really, but we knew it was there in its exact movements. Move over from the exact spot she was standing, right over to where Dave was squatting, and, after David challenged the ghost again, we left. After all this, I found out from Kai that it was a different ghost, and that when Dave challenged it, she had saw it laughing. Within 2 days of this sighting, my friends Ben and Jamie were playing with the camera to use up the film, which only had 3 pictures left, and it was disposable. Ben had looked through the viewfinder and saw a ball of light behind Jamie and took the picture. They developed the film, and it was caught on film. Hi, I'm from Ireland, and I haven't seen many stories from here. Well, my experience started in 1997. I was 15 when we moved to the house. We moved to a little village in Wexford. Our new house is over 150 years old, but has been done up and looks modern. Anyway, about 2 weeks after moving into our new house, I was trying to go to sleep one night when I heard someone calling the name Martin. I shared a room with my younger sister at the time, and she was fast asleep. I was wide awake, and whoever was calling the name called it about 5 or 6 times. The next day, when I woke up, I went down to my parents and asked who lived in the house before us. They told me don't be stupid, and that I know. Then, I asked who lived in the house before the people we bought the house off of, and I was told a man's name, called Jimmy Martin, and his wife. At first I thought this was a coincidence, and I never said what happened the night before. I soon started to feel someone was watching me all the time, especially in the sitting room. It is hard to explain, but even though I could not see anything, I could tell you there was an old lady standing in front of the sitting room door, and this is where she always stands. I was afraid to go to sleep some nights, as one night, when I was laying in my bed, something kept hitting me on the back of my head, as if to try and wake me up. Well, I was wide awake, but I was too scared to look, as I was afraid of what I could see. Another night, I was just dozing off, when someone decided to sit on the edge of my bed. This frightened the life out of me. I had kept all these experiences to myself, as I thought if I told anyone, they would think I was mad. I had an ensuite in my room, and one night, the toilet handle started going up and down by itself. Everything was getting to me, so after 3 years of keeping it all to myself, I started telling some of my friends what was happening to me. They thought it was scary, and asked me what my parents thought. They couldn't understand why I wouldn't tell them, but I just said they would think I'm mad. Anyway, more stuff started happening, but nothing serious. I went out for a few drinks with my mom and one of their friends, and when the night was over, we all came back to my house and had a cup of tea and a chat. They got into the subjects of spirits and started talking about past experiences they had. I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to tell them about mine. I started with my sentence with, "You're going to think I'm mad, but," and then I started to cry. I told them everything that was happening to me, and to my surprise, they had their own experiences. My dad was sitting in the sitting room one night, reading the newspaper, when a woman started whispering his name and started running her fingers down through his hair. My mom has heard them walk around upstairs, and she could hear them call her name sometimes, and when she was in bed one night, it was like someone was blowing cold air into her ear. My brother woke me up one night because there was an argument going on in his room, and to his surprise, there was 5 spirits in his room, bickering at each other. His room is across from mine. My mom and dad were annoyed with me because I never told them what was happening to me. We have 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. Me and my sister used to share a room upstairs, but she has now moved out, and my brother, who has also slept upstairs, has moved out now, so I'm up there by myself, and some nights, I can feel there's someone there, and it would take me half the night to go to sleep, as I would be terrified, lying in my bed. I'm 21, and the eldest of 4 children. Now that my brother and one of my sisters have moved out, my little sister, 13, looks up to me and likes to do stuff together. She's often asked me about my experiences, which are still happening today, but I won't tell her too much, as it would frighten her. To end my story, I will tell you about a reading we held in our house. A man came to our house who could see spirits, and he gave about 10 of us our readings. I was first to get mine done, and as I sat down, the kitchen door opened. As I got up to shut it, the man told me to wait a minute. He then told me that he isn't now, and that I should shut the door. This sent a shiver down my spine. He told my mother how I can sense spirits, and how a bad spirit entered the room with me. He said that he got rid of him, but there's a spirit that follows me around, but it's a good spirit, and this is the one that I can sense around me all the time. He said that there are a few spirits in my house, but they're good, well except the bad one he got rid of. Well, that's my story, and it is going on today, The good news is, I've just learned to live with it in the sleepless nights at times. Hopefully I'll be the next to move, because the terror drives me mad sometimes. Thank you. First off, I'm 19 and have believed in ghosts my entire life. Now, I don't have a sixth sense, but I find it fun to discuss ghosts and all sorts of unexplained occurrences. I'm a pretty athletic guy and played football through high school and am pretty strong too. I can bench 280. I'm not saying this to sound like I'm bragging, just to say I'm not afraid of that much. But what happened to me 2 summers ago left me pretty shaken. I was about 17 at the time and found out about a haunted church through my mother. She had gone when she was younger. Nothing happened, except she had a really weird feeling the whole time she was there. Well, finding ghosts fascinating, I wanted to go, but didn't want to go by myself, so I told my brother about it. We decided to go on a Saturday night. Maybe we'd have a story to tell at the parties. My brother at the time was 15, and he wanted to bring some friends along, so I agreed. Altogether, there were the 5 of us: me, my brother's friend, and 2 girls they wanted to impress. The layout of the church goes like this. The church is in the middle of a field, surrounded by woods. All around the church in sort of a U pattern are graves. The graves start a little ahead of the church and meet in back, forming the U. There is no space between the graves and church for a few people to walk. In front of the church is a stone wall about 3 feet high and 2 sensor trigger lights on each side of the stone wall. We parked in a little dirt parking lot right in front of the church and got out. Me, being the oldest and assumed the bravest, went over the wall first. As soon as my feet hit the ground on the other side of the fence, I got a really bad feeling and my hair stood on end. The first thing we did was go up to the front steps and hang out for the first couple of minutes. The thing that struck me was that there was no noise at all inside the wall, no crickets or anything, which is strange because it's surrounded by woods. Once we got bored of sitting around, we decided to go around back. That's when the really weird stuff started to happen. We were walking in a straight line because none of the younger kids wanted to be last. It was me, my brother's friend, the 2 girls, and my brother. That was the order from left to right. We were walking so that I was closest to the grave, and my brother was closest to the church. About halfway down the length of the church, we all heard a whooshing sound. My brother's friend and I to the left, and my brother and the 2 girls to the right, like we were being surrounded. Everyone asked each other if they heard the sound, and we all answered yes. After that noise, Mike, my brother's friend, and the 2 girls wanted to leave, but my brother and I convinced them to stay. Not that I wasn't scared, I just wanted to see more. I forgot to mention that me and my brother both had flashlights, which gets important. As we made our way to the back of the church, we all heard a loud hum, kind of like electric wires, but no one were around. This sound kept getting louder. Also, this went on through the whole entire time we were there, and probably would have scared us enough if not for what happened next. At about the same time, I heard a noise. I saw a black ink blot, like shape move from a grave to behind a bush. I tried to follow it with a flashlight, but it was too fast. However, Mike saw it move from that same bush to behind another tree. From that point, we would hear sounds and directions all around us, and when my flashlight or my brother's was aimed at the spot we heard the sound, we would just get a glimpse of a shape going back the way the light came to, too fast for us to follow it. Now, there had to be more than one of whatever they were, because as me and Mike were going through this on one side, my brother and the 2 girls were doing the same on the other side. All of a sudden, I heard my brother and the 2 girls scream. My brother is a pretty tough kid himself, and I never heard him scream like that in my entire life. Never mind the girls. When I turned to see what was wrong, the 3 were sprinting out of there at a very fast pace. When I heard them scream, I almost panicked, but got my nerves under control. Mike, however, took off like a world-class sprinter, leaving me by myself. Not wanting to be the only one there, I backpedaled as fast as I could so I could see whatever it was, if it was coming after us. At this point, the humming was almost deafening, and that's when I got the impression that whatever was making the sound was coming closer at every very fast pace. At that same moment, my flashlight went dead, and then I did panic. I turned and ran faster than ever before in my life. When I reached the stone wall, I saw everyone else in the car waiting for me. I just jumped the stone wall. As soon as my feet landed, the flashlight went back on. The humming stopped, and I heard, guess what? Crickets chirping. Also, all the feelings of fear I had disappeared, and everything was calm. I got in the car and asked what my brother and the girls had seen. They said it was the body of a little girl floating inside the second-story window. At that time, the sensor lights went on, meaning something was coming towards the gate. Remembering the humming sound, I took off as fast as possible. There have been other stories about how people have seen the little girl or heard her playing the flute, but none to the extent of ours. After this happened, I did a little research, and this is what I found. In the 70s, a man raped and murdered 5 young women and buried them in the back of the graveyard behind the church. I don't know where the little girl comes into the picture, but that is what everyone sees. Later, when I asked my brother why a little girl scared them so much, he said the face looked mad, like it wanted us out, and he just got a bad feeling when he saw it. And this is the only ghostly experience, and hopefully the only bad one, I'll ever have, and this story is 100% true. Hi, not sure if you are interested, but here's a couple of stories from the place I live in Tasmania, Australia. My boyfriend and I live in Daisy Cottage, an 1832 brick and stone house in Marquis Street, South Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. Daisy Cottage was originally built as a 9-room hotel by an Irish stonemason. He built an almost identical house right next door for himself, which has been empty the entire time we have lived in Daisy Cottage. Legend has it that he witnessed the stabbing murder of the local policeman and testified against the killer in court. The killer was sentenced to lashings, followed by hanging death, and apparently it is he who haunts the house. Strange things have happened, but only one of us is in the house. The first thing happened to Chris, my boyfriend. He arrived home from work one day and checked the mailbox for an important letter that he was expecting. He took it out of the mailbox, opened the front door, and headed upstairs to the bedroom to get changed. On the way, he started to open the letter. Once upstairs, he realized it was raining, so he put the partially open letter on the bed and went downstairs and out into the back courtyard to take the washing off the clothesline. Once he got back inside, he went back to open and read the letter, and it was not there. After about 30 minutes of searching, he called me out of frustration. I arrived home and helped him look for the letter, turning the house upside down. Eventually I said, "Are you sure you took it out of the letterbox? Maybe you should check." Sure enough, there it was, sitting in the letterbox, partially opened. Second strange thing happened 2 days ago. I was alone in the house, doing some painting. It was getting dark, so I turned on the hall, bathroom, dining room, and kitchen lights, and had not ventured upstairs at all. I finished, cleaned up, and started turning off all the lights, getting ready to leave, as we currently aren't staying there during the renovations. I got to the front door and realized that there were lights still on in the house. Every single light upstairs had been turned on. As I left, I noticed that there was a light on in the upstairs of the empty house, next door. The one thing that really got me though, as I was looking towards that house, I noticed some kind of print, like a handprint there. When I say handprint, I mean a floating hand. It was very faded, and then it just disappeared. Well, I guess he needed some light in the house. Thanks for reading. In early March last year,
My husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tents. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated, except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today, according to him. He told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a run-down camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did. But I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away
when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of her house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we are very close, and we were excited. Again I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off of the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born, in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, or only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon, when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone, and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot, because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside, because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there. But I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet. But there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs, in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy, because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night, and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure, suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved in. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home.
When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse, dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed,
so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts." And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble, and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on a night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started, though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work, though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or it didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against a grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the 2 other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. A glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle, or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right, and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room, and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined a local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, The people who owned the house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with the mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she was about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like two Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something. But believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life, and it has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my oh-so-logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we were retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian. But we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing. I noticed two things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom, without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep, when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well. So I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds. Then it was gone, within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence at my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories. So here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up, and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil, and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I'd originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the fourth floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night, quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor, who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused a mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the fourth floor admitted to strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related. There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it, as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it, and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid. But her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me conversely. I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized that the vortex and the light are my Nana watching over her great-great-granddaughter and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night I was up reading in bed and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana.
Hey Phantoms, new year, new me, right? I don't know why I struggle to say that in the opening sentences of my speech. Why am I sounding pretentious? Anyway, guys, if you got to the end of this video, and I really hope you did, and you watched the video to the end, I'd really appreciate it. I just hit 34,000 subscribers just recently, and I want to thank you guys for the support. And hopefully this video is something that you would really want to hear. Leave it a like, leave it a comment, that's what I meant to say, and I'm not going to edit that out because I'm Phantom, I'm silly. I just want to embrace myself, and I want to show that I'm not a perfect person, and I think by this outro you can tell I'm an imperfect person. And what I'm trying to say is, can you please leave a like, leave a comment, and share the video, because I'm losing my mind trying to make this outro the best as possible, just like this entire video. If you like this video, you like scary supernatural stories, I do true ghost stories. I did a little bit different of a thing. In this case, I did other things, which I think are really cool, like that, story at the beginning. It's like a supernatural demon type story. Hopefully you guys like that. If you want to hear more of those stories, I'd be happy to assist you with that and provide you with more. So in the comments below, if you got to the end of this video, please share dolphin. Write dolphin in the comment section below, and then I'll know you got to the end of this video. Do you like dolphins? Have you ever eaten? Okay, I'm gonna go now. Love you guys. Happy New Year 2023 to everybody who's excited for it. And let's make this the best New Year, because, if you share this video, it'll get out to everybody who likes these kind of stories in my videos. And I couldn't be more happy if you guys did that. So I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, I'll stop acting like a maniac here. Bye-bye. Love you.